Good evening and welcome to the August 11th, 2022 meeting of the Cohasset Conservation Commission. I'm Chris McFarland, Chair of the Commission, and we'll be running tonight's meeting via the Zoom platform. Members of the public wishing to comment should write their name and address along with comments in the chat box to be read into the record. If you don't include your name or your address, you'll not be recognized. Present this evening on behalf of the Commission are our Conservation Administrator, Angela Giso, and the Town Conservation Agent, Charlotte Patel. I'll now take a roll call of commissioners. Please respond by repeating your name and saying present. Will Ashton is not here tonight. Tom Bell?
Tom Bell, present.
Eric Eisenhower is joining us late. Kathy Berrigan?
Kathy Berrigan, present.
Our newest commissioner, Chris McIntyre.
Chris McIntyre, present.
And Chris McFarland, present. We're going to start tonight's meeting with a quorum of 4 commissioners. We'll take votes via roll call with each commissioner answering yay, nay, or abstain. First order of business this evening, there was on the agenda a notice for 46 Black Horse Road. Information was provided, even though this had been continued until the 25th of this month, because it was continued to the 25th and information did not come earlier to allow us to change. That will stay as the 25th of August. Our first hearing tonight will be RDA 22-16 for the Town of Cohasset, King Street to Bound Brook Main replacement. This was continued from July 28th.
Hi, Pat.
Hello. Good evening. My name is Pat Brennan with Amory Engineers, and I'm working for the Department of Public Works on this project. It's a water main replacement project in Beechwood Street from King Street to Bound Brook Lane. Would you like me to share my screen or?
Yes, please.
Can everybody see that?
Yes, you can.
Okay. So this is the third sheet of the plan set that I had submitted. This is the third sheet. It's kind of an overall look at what the project is. Down here on the left is Bound Brook Lane. Excuse me, up here is King Street. The water main replacement, so there's obviously Bound Brook through here. So there's wetlands associated with that. There's a wetland in this area and a wetland in this area. What you see in green is the wetlands. There's some buffer zones, and I'll go to the other sheets which show this a little bit closer up. I just want to give you an overview. What you see in red is where we're proposing filter sock for erosion control barrier. So basically it's about a little over 1,900 feet of replacement. And what it is, it's replacing, I'm sure everybody's driven down Beechwood Lane, Beechwood Street in this area, and you see the ledge outcrops all over the place. So the road, obviously there's ledge there. So what we're planning to do is actually take the existing main out of the trench and put the new main right in the same trench. So everything will be in areas that have already been disturbed. In order to do that, obviously we need to shut that existing water main down. So what you see in the dashed lines on each side of the road is a temporary bypass water main, which will run from a hydrant here in King Street on one side of the road, and a hydrant here beyond the work, limit of work on this side of the road. And those mains will both feed all of the existing houses that are fed from this section of the main, and then they'll connect to a hydrant down here, the other side of Mill Street, to continue to feed this end of Beechwood Street. So I'll go up to so this is the sheet that starts at Bound Brook Lane. We're going to connect into the existing main here. Here's our erosion control barriers here, the siltation, the silt sock, erosion control along here. And as I said, we're going right in the exact same trench that the existing water main is in. So everything is, the majority of the work, about 95% of it's all within the paved surface. The only places where you're not in the paved surface is where we have hydrants or service connections to the houses. But again, we're going to be in the same trenches that they're in today. So, you know, the work is really contained in the roadway. And, you know, under the Wetland Protection Act, water main replacement is, you know, one of the things that they say is under 310 CMR 10.02 2A2, activities conducted to maintain, repair, or replace, but not substantially change or enlarge an existing and lawfully located structure or facility used in the service of the public and used to provide electric, gas, water, sewer, telephone, and so on. A project proponent claiming that the work to do this does not require the filing of a notice of intent has the burden of establishing that the work is not subject to regulation under MGL 13140. You know, that's the reason why we're applying, or we're coming for the request for determination. I would also note that water main replacement is listed as a limited project in the Wetland Protection Act as under maintenance of utility line. It's also exempt from riverfront area regulations, provided that you're not in any other resource area, and we're strictly in buffer zone. We're not in any of the resource areas. We won't be near the resource areas other than where they encroach up near the roadway, but again, would be in the paved surface. Trenches would be filled as they put the main in. Typically on these projects, we pave every Friday. So the trenches won't be open for that, you know, 5 days at most if, you know, they're working Monday through Friday. We're proposing each of these round circles that you see here is a silt sack in the catch basins. So we'll be putting those in all the catch basins to capture any sediment that could come down the roadway. Again, here's the other little wetland area just to the east of Ox Pasture Lane. We have temporary hydrants on the temporary mains. And this is the other end up near King Street. There's no resource areas up here, but this is where we're connecting to King Street and then the other end of Beechwood over in this area. So that's pretty much my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions if anybody has any.
How long is this total project going to take?
So the actual excavation, probably, I'm going to guess 3 to 4 weeks. The project overall will take longer because it's going to take them a week or so to get the temporary water main set up, and then they have to do all the testing on that to make sure it's clean, you know, clean samples so that the water in it is drinkable. So that's going to take a couple of weeks probably just to get the temporary main set up. So you're probably looking overall, I would say, from start to finish, probably about 2 months is, you know, provided we have a good contractor too. It's a publicly bid project. And, you know, if we get a good contractor, it could be a lot shorter than that. But I would say on average, we're looking at about 2 months.
And where will your stockpile be, and where will your equipment be stored at night?
The stockpile, we haven't figured that out yet with the DPW. We would probably, I would say, you know, tracked equipment that keep along the side of the road, you know, off the road far enough so that it's out of the way. Anything like a loader or something that they could keep at the water department, the treatment plant over on King Street. And then the materials, pipe and so forth, they would just string along the side of the road as they needed on a, you know, daily or a weekly basis. In terms of gravel and that type of thing, they would probably truck it back and forth as they're going along. There wouldn't be stockpiles left on the side of the road. They would be typically with this, if the backfill is good, which it should be because it's obviously backfill that's already been used for a water main. Typically, they excavate, put it on the side of the trench while they're putting the new main in, and then backfill it right back in the trench. So unless there's unsuitable material. And if there is unsuitable material, they'll just load that right into a truck and take it right out of there and then bring new material right in and backfill, like I said, as they go along.
The reason I bring that up is there has been, there's another road project in town right now where the silt sock seems to be just something that they drop stuff on top of and knock over. So I think it's important that that whoever does this work understands that it's important that the resource areas are protected and kept that way throughout the project. So
Agreed.
commissioners, any comments, commissioners? No. Okay. Does anyone have any conditions that be added to this? So Charlotte, this would be this is a -2 determination?
Yeah, if we have no conditions, it's -2. My only question was, Pat, I believe we did put the mulch silt sock on the plan instead of a straw wattle. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, it's it's filled with mulch.
Great. That was my only question, if anybody wanted any additional erosion controls, but usually most people do the mulch sock.
Okay.
No, okay.
Eric, hello, Eric Eisenhower. Did you hear this entire presentation? Or are you going to recuse yourself on this one? You're muted, sorry.
I am recused from this.
Okay, very good.
Sorry.
Well, without any other comments from commissioners, there's nothing from the public. We're going to, I'm going to make a motion to issue a -2 determination for RDA 22-16 water main replacement from King Street to Bound Brook. Do I have a second?
Second.
Having a motion and a second to issue a -2 determination for RDA 22-16. We'll take a roll call vote. Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Chris McIntyre. You're muted, sorry.
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Okay, Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 4-0-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pat. Okay. Our next hearing this evening is also an RDA. It's 22-15. It's for landscape. It's listed as landscaping. I actually believe it's tree removal at 430 Atlantic Avenue for the DeVete trees. And this had been continued also from July 28th.
Unfortunately, I don't see Mr. DeVitri on the call right now. I tried emailing him and calling him. Do we want to push it to later in the evening or continue it?
Let's see how the evening goes.
Okay,
If you see him pop up, let's see what
Okay.
happens.
okay,
We'll leave that hearing's left open for now. We'll make sure we come back to it, Charlotte.
yes.
Our next hearing this evening is a show cause hearing for 24 Atlantic Avenue. This was for upgrades and, well, it's for violations of Stormwater Permit 18-07 for the Mr. Baker. This was continued as well from July 28th.
And yes, we do have Mr. Baker and Mr. Baker's engineer, Jeff Hassett. Hi, Jeff, can you hear us?
I can. Thank you, Charlotte. Thank you, Chris. So I'll share my screen and bring up the plan that was approved at this property. So for the record, Jeff Bassett here with Morse Engineering, representing the property owner, Jeff Baker. Morse Engineering did the permitting for this project back in 2018. And we understand that a show cause order was issued a couple weeks back, identifying 4 deviations from the approved plan. We did look into this, and back in 2020, 2 of the 4 items were either reviewed or partially reviewed at the time with Jeff Summers, the agent, Jay Pimpere, the chair at the time, and Bob Egan, the building inspector at the time. The property owner, Jeff Baker, did submit a letter attaching some email correspondence that discussed that. And that discussed there's a relatively large entryway on the northern side of the structure. The justification for that was that it really did not impact the stormwater calculations because it was entirely over an exposed ledge outcrop, so it resulted in no additional impervious. And then they also discussed extending the driveway at the rear approximately 30 feet. So the other 2 items in the show cause are a landscaping walls. They built a wall along the property line as well as the back of the driveway.
Excuse me, Jeff, could you zoom in? I can't see what you're arrowing there. Maybe double the size of what you're pointing to, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
So there were 2 walls built. One was along the property line and the other is along the back of the driveway. The grade falls right off here, and what we proposed was a 1-to-1 boulder slope, which is what they built. At one time, there was discussion with the agent and the building inspector about building a wall there instead. What they ended up building, though, was the boulder as specified and then a wall on top for safety. It certainly was not permitted as part of the stormwater permit. I don't see it having an adverse impact on the calculations. And then the 4th modification was the driveway material. So what we had proposed is a proposed broken stone driveway. And this is what we had intended. The driveway currently at the circular area up at the house. So this is what we considered broken stone. And the property owner, he ended up going with pavers. This is a picture of the pavers that were put in. The rationale for that was that after living here for 4 years, he began realizing the amount of dirt that flows off from between these pavers and down the driveway, which neighbors complained about. They really can't be plowed and they're constantly popping up. They require a lot of maintenance. So it certainly is a deviation, and it should be documented on the site plan. I did do a preliminary review to see what if I change the runoff coefficient from an 80 runoff number to a 98, which would be impervious, and it still is a reduction. So my recommendation would be to have the stormwater site plan and the calculations updated accordingly for what has been built, and request a modification to the stormwater permit. We also discussed with the property owner the possibility of expanding and enlarging the stormwater controls, which he is very open to.
Jeff, can I ask you to go back to the plan, please? So Charlotte's been out there. She took some pictures. The most recent pictures that I saw did not have the trench or the crushed stone collector in place.
That's correct. They have not been built at this point. At one point back in 2020, the stone trench was put in, but at this point, it from construction, it's been totally silted up and needs to be replaced.
And the addition of a wall on the planned north side of this, what was the result of, as far as removal of trees because of that wall?
Nothing.
I'm not sure, to be honest. I haven't looked into that.
I can address that.
Okay, go ahead.
No trees were disturbed.
So was the wall directly on the property line?
Yes, sir.
And how tall is that wall?
30 inches high, I think. No higher than 36 in one place, but it's 30 inches high mostly.
They were able to go between existing vegetation, is that correct?
There was no vegetation. It was just dirt between me and my neighbor.
I'm just looking at the plan that in front of us that shows trees in that area. That's why I'm asking.
The trees are on my neighbor's property, and we were on the south side of those trees.
Okay.
Chris, if I'm going to update a site plan, it's, we can survey locate that wall and, show it in relation to trees, and that'll show if any were taken down that were not proposed to be taken down.
And it meets the building code as far as height versus setback, correct?
I believe it does. I was very careful to comply with the code.
And what's the finish on that wall? Is it just concrete?
No, sir, it's stone.
It's a stone wall. Okay. Any comments from other commissioners? So Jeff, have you submitted an updated? You're saying there is no reason to update the stormwater permit, or there is, for the record?
I guess I'd leave that up to you. If I've run some preliminary calculations, and it does not result in increased runoff to the roadway compared to the pre-construction conditions.
Okay.
But if you'd like, I can formalize that.
I think it should be formalized so that it's in the records.
Sure.
And Charlotte, you did mention in your letter that there was outside concern as far as some of this was this matter. Was that a concern that there was runoff coming down the driveway?
Yeah, the abutters were concerned of the current driveway structure, if that would exacerbate the stormwater flow, straight down the driveway. Because some of the abutting properties, as you can see, are they're a lot lower. And so that was why I was called. I went over to the site and talked to Mr. Baker about that. And, we did discuss extending that gravel trench to try and, stop and slow some of that stormwater runoff coming down the driveway. But yeah, I do agree that it should probably be a revised plan that's documented. And then if there's no increase to any stormwater impacts, would we want a minor change request, or would we want a more formal amended stormwater permit?
I'll leave that up to you.
Okay,
But
sounds good.
Is the cast iron trench, is that on site at this point?
No, that hasn't been built yet.
Okay.
So the entire driveway has been, the pavers have been built with the exception of the lower 15, 20 feet. And that's where that stone trench will go.
Right.
And it's a relatively small stone portion of the trench. What we talked about is extending that from the property line up to about here. So digging out that whole area will make that stone trench about 3 times longer than it was originally permitted. They've also done tests, they've dug in this area, and they know we can go deeper than 2 feet with it as well. So we can, make the volume of that probably 4 times what we originally proposed.
And then the trench would drain out both directions?
That's right. So currently the water flows off this hill. This is a pre-construction watershed, and this subcatchment one just flows overland to the design point, which is a road. In the proposed conditions, we are showing that we are going to hold back the water in that stone trench, promote infiltration on the property, and then allow it to overflow to where the water naturally goes. The main thing that makes the design point 1 work is that a large portion of subcatchment 1 now is the roof area that has gutters and downspouts, and it's piped back to the salt marsh where there's no one to flood. So you just have less area going to the roadway.
In the meantime, until the trench, gets delivered and can be installed, can you create a temporary situation that catches any runoff?
Yeah, so I mean, Jeff Baker and I talked about that, and he would love to be able to, wrap up that portion of the project. It's not a whole lot of work to do that.
Right.
Yeah.
As long as you can get it.
It'll
As
take a
long as you
couple
can get
weeks
it.
for me to get my plans updated and then get it approved on your end. So
Right.
in the meantime, if you can work on that, that would be helpful.
Okay. I mean, really what'll hold you up probably is ordering a trench drain. Right?
I don't know the answer to that, but
Yeah.
I'm eager to complete that.
I have a client who found one in short order recently. I don't know where he found it, but I can look into that.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, do we want to wait for any revised, plan requests in order to keep the work going, or do we want to allow the work to continue, and we'll update the plan administratively, since this is a cease and desist as well? So just want to get a timeline of when we want to initiate the work.
Well, I mean, ideally, when this trench drain comes, there's gonna have to be a trench dug in order to put the drain in. I guess if the area of gravel and the trench can be dug down so that it picks up sediment and water at this time, I think they could go ahead with the work. If it's going to just, if we get a big rain and it just starts pouring down the road because there's nothing to intercept it, then that's a problem. But if you can do something to mitigate what problem may occur, then I would say they can go ahead with the work.
Good.
At least that's my feeling.
Okay.
Anyone else have any comments?
Just that makes sense to me also. I would be for that.
Okay, so Jeff, you work with Charlotte to amend this, and in the meantime, see if you can find out where you can get a trench drain and get it in.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you. Okay. Okay, our next hearing this evening is show cause hearing for erosion controls at 80 Howe Road. This was continued from July 28th, and this is with K&E Construction.
Hi, Brett, can you hear us?
I can. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, good evening. I'm Brett Bartholomew. I'm the homeowner.
I don't see John Rem, but I did promote Sean. Brett, is there anyone else that would be joining us?
Oh, perfect. No, I actually didn't know that either were able to make it, but I see Sean here. I did not expect John this evening.
So I can go ahead and get started, and Brett, feel free to jump in if you have any more information for us. But basically, the commission has concerns about erosion, runoff, and sediment, going into the street. The driveway, as you know, hasn't been completed, and we just want to I think that I don't know if I want to speak for the commission, but I think we just all want to express the concerns and just kind of get an idea on timelines, and then maybe open it up to the commission on any suggestions, how we can stabilize the site, what we can do to, kind of keep the work going, just to make sure that we're not, causing any additional sedimentation flow into the streets and the catch basins and all that.
Yeah, totally understood. And I appreciate the concern. I would say that if there is one portion of the property that is what I'll use the word destabilized, would be the driveway. Everything else is filled in pretty well with weeds, and the mulch barriers are still in place. And then a number of the borders of the property have some pretty thick vegetation. The driveway is intended to receive a drain box, and the trench has been placed in. Yeah, you can see that here in the photo. And so that's all running and done. Where that green line is expected to receive a drain box. And I had been in touch with our contractor who's responsible for putting that in, who received word from the engineer that really until we could get a contractor to do the paving, he didn't recommend dropping in the drain box because it was just going to get filled and clogged up with kind of the debris as it comes down the driveway. And so we are ready, willing, and anxious to get all this work done as soon as possible. And our big challenge lately has been finding contractors to do the work.
Do you have an estimated timeline for when it might be paved? I know you said you're looking for contractors, so I don't know if you have any timeline updates for us, if what we might be able to expect.
So my understanding, and Sean, if you can hear me, correct me if I'm wrong, is that bids went out to several contractors to do the majority of the landscaping work that needs to be done, the plantings and so forth, in order to comply with the original permit. And so we have a design that's working to address those concerns and obligations. And then as far as the paving, my understanding, and I could be wrong here, is that it's a bit linear, which is that there are certain binder courses that perhaps could go down, but then if whatever, bobcats or whatever machinery they were going to need to do the other landscaping work that's required on the site, we didn't want to, put that down just to tear it right back up, essentially.
One of the things I could speak to that too, this is Sean Papich with Sean Papich Landscape Architecture on the line, and we're working with Brett and Jen on their project, and he is right. The difficulty has been in scheduling contractors. Typically, they want to do some of the asphalt work later in the project. And I did talk about, well, would we ever consider getting the binder course down as soon as we can for the driveway, and then still traffic over it, holding off on the top course for the driveway, the top coat of asphalt. So that's something we could look into if it would be something the commission really wants to see. But typically we would do that a little bit later, nearing the end of hardscape as well as some of the softscape work. So that's something we could look into. The truth of the matter is Brett has actually been all over it, and it's just he's been really outstanding and even patient, super patient. It's just getting numbers back and getting contractors in line to do the project as a whole is challenging right now. And so the house, I think, got started quite a while ahead of our involvement. So once we got involved, we finally got around to getting design work done, I'll have to say, and then getting contractors to get numbers back. We're still in the middle of doing that. And so that's very much falling way behind. So I think Brett and Jen were trying to be as responsible as they possibly could. But I don't know if the commission wants us to try to do maybe the binder course first, or if they want to give a little reprieve to the residents here, the homeowners, because
yeah, thank you, Sean. And sorry, just to jump in for a quick second, and not to, I hope it doesn't sound like I'm making an excuse, but just to help the commission understand, the house was delivered significantly later than anticipated, and there was snow on the ground, and we were already into winter, and we expected to be in the end of summer and get to work on some of this. And then stone yards and the washing was frozen up for the wintertime and the asphalt couldn't be put down and paving couldn't be done and the plantings couldn't be done. And so everything sort of snowballed. And by the time we were able really to address this in earnest, we were into the thick of landscaping season and we couldn't get room on anyone's dance card. So we are very anxious to get this work done. I've got 3 young kids that would love to have a yard and we'll, do whatever we need to do to move this along.
Yeah. I know.
So the real issue here is that the sediment that your contractor was afraid was going to fill your trenches is ending up in the road instead. And we understand that you've put new silt socks down and done what you can simply, but something more has to be done. I mean, this right now, the way the heat's been, you're not going to do any work for at least a month, 2 months. At very minimum, you got to find a way to direct your stormwater. You've got is that an inlet right there, or is that just a manhole?
So the stone trench that runs parallel with the driveway to the right of
Yep.
the silt sock was intended to drain into that. And then that
Okay.
is also intended to hook up with the driveway drain box that will run parallel across the bottom of the driveway. And it flows to, if you're looking at this picture, it will flow off to the left where there's about another maybe 30 yards or so of gravel that dead ends in it's currently just wild vegetation, but is scoped to be a rain garden essentially.
Right. So, I'm not going to tell you how to control the runoff into the road, but you have a drainage structure right there. It could be equipped with, a filter lid on it and have a silt sock around it, and then all you need to do is direct the water coming down the driveway to the drain. And it may need periodic maintenance to make sure that whatever's landing in the filter gets cleaned out, but at least it ends up in your drainage system and not the one that's in the road.
Understood.
So,
yeah.
Similar to the last project, we'd love for you to get done as fast as you can, just like you and your family would. But in the meantime, you need to do something to contain the runoff coming down your driveway onto your property and not into the public.
Yeah, understood.
I mean, do you have any contractors who can do any work for you at all at this point?
You do have a site guy that could probably do that piece for you right now, even if we did a temporary trench and the French drain in, as Chris was suggesting, which I think is a good idea, to do that, to direct the bulk of the water coming.
Correct. So that was work that is obligated to be done under the build and the site work that was separate and apart from the landscaping. And at first did not go in because the ground was frozen. And then when the gravel trench was done parallel to the driveway that you see here, the driveway drain box was not dug at what was my understanding to our home builder, the suggestion of the engineer who did the initial plan. But I think that, we would be perfectly amenable to going back and saying, let's get that dug now. And if we have to do some maintenance on it, then that's what we'll do periodically. But it's time to get that in. But that's what I understand.
Whether it's the permanent drain or whether it's just a temporary trench that feeds the storm drain, it will collect most of the debris that's coming down the driveway, and you'll be able to keep it clean. And when it comes time to get the driveway paved, they'll clean it out one last time and clean it up. So,
okay.
Any other comments from commissioners?
Yeah, the way the driveway is graded, the water is not going to get diverted there to the right side that we saw in the picture here. We see when this is during it's been a long time now, but I still remember the last time we had a big rain and it came straight down that driveway. It was not being guided by, at that time, the silt socks were pretty shot, but a lot of the water was coming along just to the left off the screen here. Yeah, there you go. So a significant amount of that water was coming off the other side. So I don't see how that's actually going to get diverted into either the trench that's proposed along the shoulder of the road or the trench that exists without regrading that driveway.
There'll be some regrading of the driveway from its current state right now, Tom. And the other intent is to have a trench drain where the inlet is off the side. So it will ultimately have positive drainage going.
Okay, ultimately.
Yeah, it's not there.
Ultimately. So I think what we need to see in the short run, in the short term, is a change in that grade so that the temporary measures we're proposing or suggesting actually work. So it doesn't really work very well if the grade isn't directed towards those temporary structures that we're talking about.
Right.
So when you say ultimately, I'd rather hear, yeah, next week we'll have it done. Regraded, I mean.
Yeah, so I would love to be able to say that, and I think Sean's not answering because I don't think ultimately was asked to be responsible for that. So was that? Sorry, Sean. So I am certainly willing and happy to go back to the contractor following this meeting and say, sort of, here are the desires and here's what sort of needs to be done. But as far as the time frame, ASAP. I'm hearing the message loud and clear, I guess, is what I'll say.
I understand that and realize that it can be, right now, it can be very difficult to get somebody out there to do something about it. So
well, they are working across the street. So there are the builder is in the area and active, and so I will be sure to impress upon them the importance of getting this taken care of.
So I think it's not just a matter of the grade. It also has to be stabilized somehow because during that last rainstorm, you could see that there were rivulets cut right into the gravel that was there. So it needs to be more than just regraded. It needs to be compacted. Somehow or other, that water actually does need to flow down grade into those rather than, again, cutting its own grade as it did during that last large storm. So there may be more to it than this. You may have to put that first coat of asphalt on here sooner rather than later to make any of this work, seems to me. And certainly when you put that top coat on, they can repair your base coat at the time that they're going to put the top coat on. So I'm not sure that that's an adequate sort of, I just think that's feasible, that they can repair that base coat as they put the top coat on. So if you can get a contractor in there just to put your base coat on, that would go a long ways towards diverting that water into the places that it's planned to go. So it may be just as hard to find a paving contractor. I understand that too. And it sounds like you're in a hurry too. So
we certainly are. Yeah. And I guess I just want to say, we completely understand and are sort of happy to do whatever we need to do here. And our neighbors have been patient, both living through the construction and now the delays in the landscaping. And so we're anxious to be, good neighbors and get this done as well. So
sounds good.
Yeah.
Any other comments?
So just so I can be clear on the takeaways, it's to try to get that drain box in as quickly as possible, adjust the grades to make it effective, and then essentially lay some additional force that will just sort of help it do its job.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that sums it up well.
Okay.
And there's a lot of landscapers right now who don't have any mowing to do. So maybe Sean can call in a favor and just get them out there.
Right? Let's move toward that direction. I like that idea, Chris.
All right.
Okay,
All right, thank you very much.
thank you.
All right, thanks, everyone.
Charlotte, there's no sign of Dimitri, is there?
I do not see him, unfortunately, but I did email him again to let him know that we're holding it open for now.
All right, we're gonna have one more hearing. If we don't hear from him, then we're gonna just continue it so that
Okay,
I can stop worrying about it.
okay.
Our next hearing this evening is at 83 Atlantic Avenue. I'd like to read it into the public record. In accordance with Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetland Bylaw and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, August 11th, 2022 at 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on a Zoom platform for Notice of Intent 22-26 and Stormwater Permit 22-21 for John and Megan Kiernan to raise and rebuild an existing single-family dwelling at 83 Atlantic Avenue. Okay, who do we have for this?
All right, thank you. Jeff Assett here, as well as Sean Papich. All right, so we're here representing the property owners, John and Megan Kiernan. We have filed an NOI and a stormwater permit to raise and reconstruct this home at 83 Atlantic Ave. The property is 2.2 acres in size. It's accessed via a right-of-way from Atlantic Ave, and it's developed with a single-family home that was built in 1982. The wetlands on the property were delineated by Brad Holmes. They include a BVW located on the south side of the property, a coastal dune to the northwest, and as well as there's a FEMA floodplain, which is the orange line defined by elevation 11. And then because this property has FEMA floodplain in areas where the slope is greater than 10:1, it technically has a coastal bank, although in this area it does not function as one because mean high water is over 700 feet from the property. This area is not seaward facing, it faces northwest, and therefore it's not subject to any wave action. And also, and I think most importantly, is that it's man-made. It consists of boulders about 18-inch to 2.5-foot diameter that we assume were placed there when the house was originally constructed. They're probably the stone that was removed when the foundation was built. So the proposed work will be to demolish that home, remove the existing driveway, and then proposing a new larger home in the same general location, a new driveway coming off of the existing driveway. It'll run past the front door to the garage located in the rear. The proposed house, we've set the elevations in such a manner that we don't anticipate the removal of any ledge for the house itself. It will have a walkout basement in the rear out to a pervious patio and a swimming pool. Where there will be some ledge removal is in this corner here for the detached garage and for the driveway. But that area is entirely outside of the 100-foot wetland buffer. For stormwater, currently the house does not have any stormwater controls. What we're proposing to do is capture with a catch basin, the standard catch basin that you would see in a road, all of the runoff from the upper portion of the driveway. So that's about 95% of it. Also, the roof will have gutters and downspouts with piping going around the entire perimeter, which pipes that all of the roof runoff this direction to the infiltration system. And then also it's a pervious patio, but there will be smaller catch basins located within that, directing any runoff to the infiltration system as well. So we're basically taking this entire area and putting it to an infiltration system in an area where there's very good sandy soils. So it's an ideal location for it. The property is currently developed. For that reason, there's only the 11 trees being proposed to be removed that are greater than 12-inch diameter. And the entire disturbed area will be revegetated and re-landscaped as shown on Sean's plan here, which he can give you some more detail on. We feel that this project can be approved under an NOI and a stormwater permit because all of the work is either in developed areas or up gradient of those developed areas outside of the 100-foot buffer. There's also no work within the 50-foot buffer to the BVW or the coastal dune. The house is outside of the FEMA floodplain. As I mentioned before, we're capturing all of that impervious and infiltrating it. So there's a very significant reduction in the rates and volumes of runoff. All of the areas will be revegetated. And like any project, we are proposing the standard erosion controls. There'll be a 12-inch mulch sock down gradient of the limit of work, a silt fence up gradient, and a construction entrance at the driveway. And other details are all spelled out in the operation and maintenance plan. So with that, I will turn it over to the commission if you have any questions. Thank you very much.
Jeff, can I ask you to go back to your other plan, please?
Yep.
There seems to be a sewer easement that's running through this property, but only, if I'm reading it correctly, it's at the top of the page, you see two sides of the easement, but when you get to the bottom, there's only one side of the easement. Can you outline that easement for us?
I can. So you're right. It begins at a uniform width on the northerly side, and then it gets wider through here, and it basically encompasses this entire portion of the property. There's actually not a sewer line located in that area, and the applicant is working with the neighbors to extinguish that prior to a building permit being issued.
Okay. And have test pits been done for the infiltration area?
Yeah, so this area where we're infiltrating is a very large septic leaching field that was built before sewer came in here. And they did a number of test pits, and it was all sandy soil. They got down 10 feet. I'm showing the two test pits here. The copy of the plan that I found on record of the Board of Health had these two test pits that were in this area cut off, but it was obviously adequate, or they would not have put the leaching field for the septic there. I'm going to do a little bit more digging on those and try to dig them up, but I'm confident that, ledge is deep, the soils are great, and there's a huge, in addition to the chambers we're putting in, there's a huge reservoir there of crushed stone from the old leaching field. So it's really a great spot to infiltrate.
But that would have had a perk test before they put that in, Jeff?
Right.
The first leach field?
Right.
Yeah. Do you have the results of that perk test by any chance?
So I have a copy of the design plan that I got at the building permit, and the two test pits that I'm showing, I have the full data for. So I am on this plan, I'm calling out the depth to groundwater and ledge. That leaching field encompassed, all the way up to these sewer manholes, which are actually the old distribution boxes. It was this whole area. And they did additional test pits over here, but I don't have those logs, but I know the material is good, or they would not have put the leaching field in that spot. And they were just because of the copy of the plan I had. It was a bad scan that didn't have that part. I'm still trying to get someone to go to the archives and do a little more searching for that.
And does the new infiltration system, does it have an overflow, or does it overflow into that field?
Yeah, the overflow is going to be the catch basin. So if it totally overflows, that's the lowest grade. So it would bubble out of that catch basin, and then you'll flow down the driveway across the lawn.
One on the driveway.
Yeah.
You said you're going to remove some 12-inch trees. Have you looked at the new town bylaws about tree removal and considered whether you need to go before planning for a permit?
I don't believe we exceed the threshold of land clearing that would trigger that, but that would be confirmed with the building inspector. And yeah.
And you said that the only excavation of bedrock would be along the driveway, the kind of distal end of the driveway. So no excavation for the swimming pool?
There will be excavation for the swimming pool, yes.
Okay, so that brings up the other new bylaw. Obviously, the driveway and the house itself are exempt from that, but the swimming pool and the decks and all that are not. So it would seem to me that again, I'm starting to sound like a broken record with these, but basically an excavation plan seems appropriate. And again, I think that would go to planning board as well to make sure that you're in compliance with that 10 cubic yard bylaw.
My understanding of the new stormwater or the land disturbance permit is that any project that either involves a building permit or a stormwater permit does not require a planning board filing as well. And that swimming pool does, it's part of this filing and it will require a building permit. I personally have not asked the building inspector about this project specifically, but have for very similar ones and have had that confirmed. That being said, well, certainly that determination will be made by the building inspector prior to a building permit being issued.
That's news to me. I know this is a new bylaw and it's not even our jurisdiction, but that's an interesting take on this bylaw for sure. It was my understanding that planning would handle permits for excavations that exceeded 10 cubic yards, but you say that that's only done now by the building inspector, Jeff?
No, I'm saying if it was 10 cubic yards of in an area on a property that was outside of conservation's jurisdiction and it wasn't associated with any building permit, so it basically didn't require any other permitting, then they would have to go in front of the planning board.
So in other words, if somebody came along on a raw lot and wanted to move 10 cubic yards, they'd be subject to it. But anyone that's going to build a house is not subject to that bylaw?
I didn't write the regulations.
Yeah, I know who did. I'm just kind of astonished that there would be such a, we won't even call it a loophole. We'll call it a swimming pool that you could jump through.
Yeah.
Honestly.
That's my interpretation. That's what I've discussed on other projects.
Okay.
I think we're all figuring out that bylaw together.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, this is news to me. Okay.
Jeff, Kathy Berrigan here. On the driveway, are you going to be removing any ledge on the driveway, especially near the one-car garage?
Yes, there is ledge removal in that area.
And do you know how much there will be?
I have not done a volume calculation on that.
We like to see these.
Okay, thank you.
Jeff, who is going to review the cutting of trees and the planting of trees? Is that Sean?
Yes.
Yeah, that's to come, I assume, because the satellite photograph shows a surprisingly large quantity of foliage and what I would call a tree cover on the property. And it's hard for me to imagine how all this work can be done without cutting down most of the trees on the site. So we go to that soon, I hope.
Yep. So this is the tree line here. So there will be some tree clearing in this area. And then the tree line runs along here as well. So this portion of the work is a wooded area and all of the trees will need to be removed. Your stormwater regulations require us to locate all trees that are 12-inch diameter or greater. So we've done that and we've identified 11 trees greater than 12-inch diameter that will need to be removed.
Those are the ones with the red X's?
Correct.
Yeah.
And only one of those is within the 100-foot buffer, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So Sean, this might be a good point for you like to
Sure.
share the landscaping plan. And want me? Do you want to share it on your screen or do you want to use this?
And share it, maybe zoom in just a touch if you'd like to.
Okay.
You've already got it up there. You're doing a great job.
Thanks.
You can see the red X's a little bit more on the color red plan. And Jeff is correct in illustrating those, identifying those. And yes, Chris, there's a tree that is over by the proposed pool, by the swimming pool, that we think will need to be removed because of grading work in that area.
Yeah.
The other one, that's the one that's sitting inside the 100 that you mentioned. And that's an oak tree that would be coming. Primarily oaks in this area.
And Sean, none of the other existing trees will be cut?
Now, these other existing trees, what you see there is accurately depicted. The other ones that are outside the 100 there
Yeah.
are were cut to get the driveway and the other structure in. The other two trees you see, kind of the larger ones off to the left of the swimming pool. Large oak there that is closer and kind of call that about the 65-foot buffer. You see in the larger circle, that one remains. There's another one that's illustrated that is relatively large, but kind of large, right to the side of it. And that one does not look good. It's pretty browned up. It looks dead, but we weren't proposing to remove it. That's inside the 50. There's a very, very large oak tree right at the entry of the property that remains. That's a beautiful, kind of a funky looking oak tree at the beginning of the property that sits on the 50-foot from the vegetated wetland in the front yard, essentially. And you kind of see that around that line 50, and that's to remain. That stays there. There's some existing plant material in that area too, some Rosa rugosa, some juniper, and some grasses that we were not taking away. Those are in the along the street area there.
Okay.
Really, when you look at this, it really is a situation where it's been a pretty strongly developed property. There are some trees, but it's been pretty strongly developed with a lot of lawn and ornamental plantings. The real beauty of this property is almost what's to the left of the page when you look down and you see cedars and low bush blueberry and bayberry. You get into that succession all the way to the beach, in the dune where you've got switchgrass and little blue stem and of course beach grass. So that's all on the left hand side of the page, and that's we're not getting in that area, of course, but this area is all pretty strongly developed with driveway.
Okay.
And Sean, all the plants that are within the 100-foot buffer, are they all from the native plant list?
They are. We do have that on the plan there. They're all on that list.
Yep.
Every time we like to toss a few more, like we might toss a few more extra low bush blueberry in there just because you see them down below. I think they would do fine up top too. So we might want to do some of that up top and sneak them in too. But those are all off the list.
It just surprises me, Sean, you can get all this work done and keep all the original trees and vegetation as you intended. It seems quite an engineering job to do that.
Well, we're not being able to keep everything on that's outside the 100. We've got with the auto court, the driveway. So that's some of those trees. But in that area, it's really a lot of lawn and a lot of ornamental plantings, to be honest. It's outside the existing house. We've got a tremendous amount of, there's a fair amount of, I should say tremendous, there's a fair amount of ornamental plantings right along the edge of the existing lawn also. So, it's not that amazing. It's not that amazing. It's a lot of lawn behind the existing house.
Jeff, can I go back to the infiltration system? You said that the catch basin would act as the overflow on this. But if it does overflow, then it's going to run right down the driveway, kind of unencumbered, right to the wetland. And I'm wondering, is there a place that you could actually have an overflow that had an opportunity to run through some buffer before it ends up in the wetland?
I'm just double checking my calcs right now, but that infiltration system, I believe, doesn't overtop in a 100-year storm anyways. So it's really more of an emergency overflow.
Okay.
Oh, it looks like it does overflow in the 100-year, but it would just be 100-year. The big storms that you would have any overflow from it. I mean, we could put a direct pipe, over towards the wetlands. But because of the elevation, you get, this seemed like less impact, and, I'd rather not have a point discharge right near the wetland if I don't need to. But we could add that if you'd like. With this way, this is the lowest inlet. So all the roof runoff and would still run down to this location, and from the patio, it's lower. And then it would back up and overflow and then, run down across the lawn and into the wooded area. So it kind of works as another kind of filter strip dispersing it.
So that inlet would, I mean, can you contour the driveway enough that it actually flows planned north versus down the driveway hill?
Yep, we can certainly do that.
I mean, I think that's,
Yeah.
I think, ideally, since if it runs down the driveway, it's going to pick up whatever sediment and spillage there is on the driveway. So, and then the next stop is down in the wetland. So if you can create any kind of direction that gives it some kind of a buffer before it hits a wetland, that'd be better.
Yeah, maybe even a stone trench along that portion of the driveway, so that it would flow into, and then, that would work like as a spreader.
Yeah. Do we have any comments from commissioners or from the public?
No. Nope.
If I just had one clarification, I'm sorry I missed this earlier. I think you said during your presentation it would be a mulch silt sock, but on the detail it says straw wattle, but we can probably just correct that administratively. Sorry, I missed it.
Okay, you prefer the mulch, I assume?
Yeah,
Okay.
if you can, that'd be great.
Yeah.
And I think we also did mulch sock plus a siltation fence, at least down gradient of the work. So
Sure.
that's already on the detail though, to have the fence too.
Jeff, is there anything you can do during construction to catch, again, sediment that's running down the existing driveway?
During construction, yes, we can. We could look into putting maybe a temporary sedimentation basin at the bottom portion.
Yeah. I think that would be a worthwhile addition. Any other comments?
Nope.
Anyone like to make a motion?
I do have a comment. Is there a construction storage site here that you, on your plan? I can't really see it because it's pretty zoomed out. So where are you going to put your materials? Where are the contractors going to park?
Yeah, we're calling out two locations, one being in here and the other being this area. We call it out with a leader: proposed equipment staging and stockpile area outside of wetland buffer zones.
Thank you. And parking for the contractors?
Same area.
Okay.
Jeff, is there a plan to bring anything in terms of like soil or regrading anything the buffer over there where all the pool is and everything?
Currently, it's on a bit of a slope and it will be leveled out. So there will be some cutting and filling in that area. I think it's a pretty well balanced site. We have some fill right through this area for the driveway, which is why we have a landscape wall around it so that, we're limiting the amount of fill. And there will be some cut material coming back out of this area with being the ledge removal. And then we are building up the grade just directly in front of the house right here, just to cover the foundation. That's because it's a walkout in the rear rather than digging into the ground and probably discovering more ledge to be removed. So they'll bring in some fill in to kind of hide the foundation in the front.
Any other comments?
I assume, Jeff, there's no fill going within the 50 or the 100?
None in the 50. There certainly will be some fill between the 50 and the 100. We are doing some regrading through here, right here, and that's in an area that's currently maintained lawn and landscaping.
Let me repeat the question. You will not be putting fill into any area which currently is unworked and has not been constructed on?
There's a small area right here that's currently woods in the 100-foot buffer that we're working in.
Okay, minor, all right. Okay.
Okay. I'd like to close the public hearing and make a motion to issue a stormwater permit 22-21 for 83 Atlantic Avenue. Do I have a second?
Second.
Having a motion and a second to issue a stormwater permit for 83 Atlantic Avenue. We'll take a roll call vote. Tom Bell?
Chris, hold on one second. Are there no conditions to attach to this? Nothing?
I'm doing the stormwater permit first, then I'll do the order of conditions.
All right.
Tom Bell, aye.
Tom Bell, aye. Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisner, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 5-0. I'd like to make a motion to issue an order of conditions for NOI 22-26 for 83 Atlantic Avenue with the extra condition that the catch basin along the driveway is overflow from it would be redirected so that it runs across a planted area before making its way to wetland, and also that a catchment at the entry of the driveway would be installed prior to construction. This would also could act as a wheel cleaning station, but also catch any kind of sediment and stormwater coming down the driveway. Any other orders of condition?
Yeah, along those same lines, that the grade of that driveway be canted towards the north. Do we want to require a stone trench along the driveway from that last catch basin to the street? I think that would be a good idea. Jeff, you want to weigh in on that, whether that's feasible? You did mention that you could do that.
I had suggested it. I think it's I would recommend it.
Okay, it's added as a condition then.
Yep. So the third condition would be to add a stone trench along the planned north side of the driveway to spread any overflow that comes from the catchment in that area.
And that the grade of the driveway be oriented so that anything on the driveway flows into that stone trench.
Okay. You said it better than I can, so we'll just let it be.
Did we already
Right.
say did we already say the temporary sediment catch thing at the end of the driveway? Did we
Yes.
include that?
I
Okay,
did.
great.
I
Thank
did.
you.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Having a motion and a second to issue an order of conditions for NOI 22-26 at 83 Atlantic Avenue. We'll take a roll call vote. Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisenhower, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 5-0. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks, everyone.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Our next hearing this evening is for 80 North Main Street. I'd like to read it into the public record. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetland Bylaw and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, August 11, 2022 at 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on a Zoom platform for notice of intent 22-27 and Stormwater Permit 22-22 from Thomas Hentz to raise and rebuild an existing dwelling and structures in new configuration at 80 North Main Street. Okay.
May I begin the presentation now? Yes.
Yes, please.
Okay. Yes, hello, good evening. My name is Carmen Hudson. I work for Cavanaro Consulting. I am the civil engineer representing the project. I am joined by Thomas Hansi, the owner of the property, and Charlotte, I don't know, I don't see anybody else from the team, but and I'm sorry, I can see Carol Lam now, the landscape designer for the project, but also Jeff. Delisi was going to join us as well. I don't know.
Yes, thank you. He's on, I just promoted him.
There we go. Thank you. Thank you so much. So actually, Jeff was going to begin the presentation. So I'm sorry, I didn't mean to steal your thunder, Jeff. So if you could please commence, that would be great.
All right, great. Thank you so much. Thank you, members of the commission. My name's Jeff Delisi. I'm a lawyer with Ornberger, Delisi and Harris, representing the clients Tom and Sherry Hentz. I'm here with Carmen and Kara Lamb, as Carmen had indicated. Kara is our landscape architect. So very briefly, I just wanted to give a brief overview, and then I am going to hand it over to Tom to say a few things, and then over to Carmen. Property is located between Beach Street and Central Cemetery over on Little Harbor. Earlier this year, the commission issued an ORAD, so we do have a delineation on this property. The lot requirements are 35,000 square foot lots. This lot is more than 3 times the size of that zoning requirement. I know that's not a conservation issue, but I just wanted to give the commission a sense of the size of the property. There are 3 substantial buildings on the property. Carmen will review this with you. It's a large dwelling and 2 accessory buildings, both of which are fairly substantial buildings. There's a pool on the property, retaining walls, impervious area, prior area of disturbance, all the way down to the water's edge. Carmen will go over that. The concept here is to raise all 3 of the buildings to consolidate the buildings into a single building, more in the center of the lot. And by doing so, we would actually be curing a dimensional setback nonconformity that exists on the property. So it's a win from a zoning perspective. So I just want to quickly also to share with the commission, if Charlotte, am I able to share my screen?
Yes.
Let's see here. See if I can find it. There we are. I think you can see on the screen a house, an old photograph. That's actually a photograph of a house that once existed on this property, the original home from back in the 1800s. Sometime thereafter, in around the 1920s, The owner of a parcel across the street bought this property, and then in the 1920s apparently demolished it in order to improve the view of Little Harbor. My understanding is the property was vacant until around the 1970s, when the house that is there now was constructed. So that's kind of a brief history of what's happening at the site. And I'm just going to ask Tom to share with the commission from his perspective the project, and we'll move it right over to Carmen, if that's okay.
All right, thank you very much, Jeff, and thank you all for reviewing our project. I'm Tom Hensey. My wife Sherry and I, we've lived in town for almost 20 years now. We've very much enjoyed living in Cohasset, and we live just right around the corner from the property at 104 Jerusalem Road. I've been quite busy with work and family, but I have also been contributing back into the community. I was a board member for the Cohasset Education Foundation for a number of years, focused primarily on fundraising, but I was quite instrumental in the rebuilding of the Learning Center at the high school. I have 3 children. Amelia is my youngest. She's age 11, typical 11-year-old into dance, lacrosse. I have a son who's Eric, who's 16. He just became an Eagle Scout. He's also the senior patrol leader now of Troop 28. And then finally, my oldest is my son, Tommy. He's 20 years old. He's a severely disabled special needs person. He has autism, intellectual disability, as well as a number of other medical and behavioral challenges, all of which require 24/7 supervision. And that's been part of our inspiration for the project overall. Is we've been looking for a new home for quite some time, as we just literally can't continue to live in the space that we're in with him. The property that we found we've looked at it for quite a while. I know very much of its history, and I was finally able to purchase it a little over a year and a half ago. Kind of my goal with it was to build a home that would include all that we've grown to love about the Little Harbor neighborhood and our current space. And so providing the space and amenities that we need both for our family and for our son, so that he can continue to live and grow harmoniously with the rest of the family. Kind of my vision overall for the project was for it to be a coastal design and capture the natural beauty of Little Harbor and the ocean beyond, with indoor and outdoor space for an active lifestyle, which our family enjoys and is somewhat critical for our son, Tommy. We wanted to utilize the natural walkout that is present on the property, with being up on a hill with a slope going down to the water, while at the same time moving away from both of our neighbors on either side, and also moving back from the water overall, and then effectively consolidate and improve what I would characterize as a pretty haphazard property with multiple buildings that really don't make sense together, and turn it into a just much more beautiful and casually elegant coastal home.
Oh, thank you very much, Tom. I will take it over from here. I just have to mention, I cannot find the good lighting. I hadn't realized that I have such bad lighting. I look like a witch right now. So I apologize for that. But let me, if I may.
You're doing real well, Carmen.
Okay, so let's see. And let me try to share the screen. Share screen. There we go. Can everybody see this plan with existing conditions and pictures?
Yes.
Okay, so this is the same plan that we submitted. However, for the presentation, I added all of these pictures because I think it is valuable that you see, that you actually can see the contours don't really tell the story. What is there on the lot if you haven't visited yet? So this is an existing developed single family lot. It has about 57,000 square feet of upland, which only goes to the to the seawall, which is the limit of mean-high water as well. But the property continues all the way to mean-low water, which adds another 58,000 square feet or so. So it ends up being quite a large lot. However, half of it is underwater. It is totally developed. The lawn extends to the seawall in the rear. There is landscape everywhere, and there is a lot of an invasive species. And Kiara can speak about it during her presentation. I believe it's Japanese willow in the rear. So the existing conditions, as you can see, there is a very large area of pavement in the front. It has a circular driveway. There is the home. There are several terraces and decks. There is the pool and pool patio, and there are these two structures in the front, and these are detached garages. There is also another gravel driveway to access the second detached garage. So what is there on the site is actually a very peculiar, I don't want to be insulting to the original architect, but it's a very unorthodox design. As you can see, when you come in, there is the sea of pavement at the beginning, and you can see the two, garages, the two smaller structures. And however, when you go in front of the house, you really cannot see the house much at all. So let me zoom in a little bit more. So this lot slopes from front to back, and it goes from elevation 39 at the garage to elevation 8 at the seawall. And as you can see, these are the garages, and back here you can barely see the house. Why? Because when you get in front of the house, there are retaining walls around the house. If you can see these steps, that is actually to go down to the front of the house. So you arrive to a parking lot that is several feet higher than the actual house. Then you go down to the house, and you can see these retaining walls in front of the house on both sides. And this is actually the main entrance to the house. So one goes down to go back up to the first floor. There are other steps that you have to go around in order to get to the pool area. You have to go up a set of stairs, go over the deck, and then go down from the deck to the pool area. And then in the rear, here you can notice a little bit with the contours. I don't know if you can see how tight the contours are over here and how they are not tight over here. Well, that is because there are these two retaining walls in the back. And the retaining walls taper down, but at the highest point, they're 8 feet tall. You can see one of the retaining walls here. So the deck is here in the back of the house. The pool is on the left, and this is this retaining wall on one side. So what this creates is all of these levels that make the design feel disjointed. This is the rear of the house. This lawn extends all the way to the seawall. And as you can see, you can barely see the house from the sides because those two sides are about 8 feet higher than the middle of the house. So it's a very different design. This is just a picture of the neighborhood, so you have an idea of what happens. This is the pool, this pool right here. And as you can see, everything is just a sea of lawn to the seawall. So let's move on to what we are proposing. Tom had explained the vision he had and the needs that his family has for this property. So in order to achieve these needs, what we have done as a team, and we worked for several months. That is actually why we filed an ORAD, because we really spent a long time putting together the design. So we decided to file the ORAD to establish the resource area, since we weren't able to do really anything else up until we had a final design. And it was comprehensive. We went back and forth between myself, the architects, Howe Martinez, and Kiara, the landscape architect. And this is what we came up with. So we will retain the circular driveway. We do need a sidewalk on the side, and this is because Tommy needs to have smooth surfaces in order to get himself around. We removed all 3 structures and put just everything into one structure. And what this does, it really just concentrates all of the interior living within this one structure. So one parks inside, there's a 3-car garage in here. And then all of the living area is within. There's actually an interior, an indoor pool on the basement because swimming is very important for the family and for therapy. And then there's access to the back from the interior of the home. And also those 2 retaining walls that were back here are being removed. So what we had to do was we went down to the center. Up here, the pool was at elevation 30, the existing pool, in front of the doors that where there was access to the backyard. The elevation was 22. So there's your 8-foot difference. And so what we proposed is to fill this and cut this so that there would be a pool and pool area at elevation 26, happy medium. So what this did was make sure that there is access, there is a more gentle slope on both sides. As you can tell, there's very tight contouring existing. The contours for the proposed conditions are further apart, so it's a shallower slope. So because we had to fill this area that was at elevation 22, there's some minor grading within the 50-foot buffer zone. And that is one of the reasons why we filed a variance request as well, because of this small grading within the 50-foot buffer zone to this coastal resource area. And also as part of this project, we are proposing to remove all of that Japanese willow, and this area right here, which is a 4,500 square foot area that is today Japanese willow and lawn, is going to be replaced with native buffer plantings. So what we're achieving is actually, as far as runoff is concerned, and I don't know, that's my favorite subject, but so runoff now goes, most of this, the roof runoff goes into this infiltration systems, but it also goes overground, and now it gets to go through native plantings before it continues through this area of lawn and on to Little Harbor. So everything is meant to flow more seamlessly, looking from Little Harbor into this property. Now there will be a beautiful native planting area that will create new habitat within the property that didn't exist before. And access will be greatly improved. So stormwater wise, this is a coastal property, so it's not critical to match pre and post conditions. However, what we are doing is we incorporated these 2 large infiltration systems in the back, and what we're doing is capturing almost all of the house and the pool patio. And now we're going to be reducing the peak rate of runoff and volume during the 2, 10, and 100-year storms. So I think I will now pass the presentation over to Kara, and she will correct me because probably I just didn't use the right, I hope it's Japanese willow, the one that the invasive species in the back, and I'm sorry. So let me share the screen. Stop share. Okay, Kara, I'm sorry. I don't know how to stop sharing the screen.
You're fine. Thank you, Carmen. Hi, everyone. My name is Kara Lamb. I'm with Skyline Landscapes. I'm the lead landscape architect here. We've been working with Tom to develop a beautiful planting plan. I'm just going to start sharing my screen just so that we can take over right where Carmen left off. Yeah, so as Carmen mentioned, I just wanted to show the before and the proposed versus the existing plans, just to show you what was being removed within the 50-foot and the 100-foot buffer zones. The retaining walls that she's mentioning are here and here. And I just wanted to show that on the proposed plan, we've actually sited the building much further closer to the road. This would allow this, the buffer zones to be dedicated back to native vegetation. So that being said, I'm just going to show you an aerial of the existing site, just to give you a little bit of context. So here's Little Harbor down here. There's an existing seawall that spans this property and also the adjacent property. The property has been very developed. The trees, there are trees that surround the entire 3 sides of the property, and they're all very mature. Actually, most, if not all of these, will actually remain intact. The only area that we're actually demolishing is really the house itself and the existing pavement and the structure here, these extraneous structures. And then just to show what is being removed in the buffer zones. The willow that Carmen was mentioning, I'm showing you a summer versus winter photo. This is standing down by the the seawall looking up at the property. And as you can see, there is this amazing span of this pink willow that is just hiding this easement area. With the reconstruction of the lot, it would be best for these plants to be removed. This is looking at, this is standing at the existing pool, which is here, looking down. And as you can see, it's all of these plants were proposed. They're not native. There might be a few woody plants in here that could be saved, but I really don't believe that any of it is worth saving, especially with the new plants that we could be proposed to be planted instead. As you can see, this is like a Japanese cloud pine. And then the other thing I wanted to show are the existing plants within the driveway. So this would be standing at the existing motor court looking toward North Main Street. And as you can see, we have a large grove of river birch and a really beautiful green screen of junipers. We would be adding to this density, creating a more dense juniper stand. And we would actually be replicating this stand of river birch over by the entrance, creating a much more dense screening from the road. At this point, does anyone have any questions for me? No, okay.
I do. Could you go back to your landscape plan and show where the extent of the proposed lawns are?
The extent of the proposed lawns?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, how much of the lawn you're going to leave? How much is going to be replaced by, say, native plants or whatever?
That is a good question. Let's see. I think this would be best shown with the aerial. As you can see from the aerial, there's a lot of lawn. And so there's an existing lawn that's in the front driveway area. There is a small amount of lawn right before the retaining wall down into the home. And then the lawn along the slope within the 50 to 100 and then down to the water. This is all lawn. And so what we're proposing is to dedicate the steepest part of the slope as all native plants. And these plants, I did not actually make anything too crazy. I just chose to use a New England wetland plant seed mix, which is, this is the coastal salt tolerant plant mix. What do these look like? They're actually quite nice. This is them right here. So this is what we're proposing for this sloped area.
So the lower elevation there from approximately elevation 12 to the seawall would remain lawn. Is that correct?
As of right now, yeah, no work is dedicated in this zone. So no heavy equipment would be in this zone at all.
Judging by the aerials, the former owner was pretty liberal with their nitrate fertilizer. That's obviously a problem for Little Harbor. And I wonder if you guys have developed a plan to eliminate nitrate fertilizers on the property and try to prevent some of that. If you look at the aerials too, you can see a lot of algae growing in this shallower, warmer part of Little Harbor. A lot of that's being fed by runoff from the adjoining properties. Used to be the sewer, now it's the lawns. So I'm just wondering, Mr. Hensey, if you've considered that. I know obviously you wouldn't want to live on Little Harbor if you didn't love the place.
No.
And I don't know whether you're aware that much of our algae growth in all of our salt ponds is being driven by lawn fertilizer.
Yeah, I haven't been fertilizing down there. That part of Little Harbor is blessed with a lot of Canadian geese and I think some swans that then come up onto the grass. And so there's a lot of, call it natural fertilizer that goes on.
Yeah.
And it does then disseminate into the lawn over time, but you see the droppings all over the place.
So my concern is really, commercial fertilizers, synthetic fertilizers, not the organic waste from geese, although that definitely contributes to it. They're probably recycling it more than anything.
Yeah, we haven't used it. We haven't been using it. I can't speak to the other owner or my next door neighbor either, because these are contiguous lawn there.
Well, when you see them that they're this green on these satellite photos, it really makes you wonder if perhaps somebody's using it down there.
Yeah. On my own lawn that I have today, we use the organic. Natural, we do as much that as we can.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Hensey, this whole question of fertilizer is something which Cohasset doesn't handle very well, as Tom well knows. We all like our green lawns, but there are alternatives, all right? There are a good number of organic, low nitrogen lawn fertilizers, and these are the ones that present the least problem if they have to be used for bodies of water such as Little Harbor. You're presenting what I would call coastal seed mix. It would be entirely inappropriate to fertilize the coastal seed mix. The coastal seed mix is full of plants that are used to growing without any fertilizer, without any bolstering whatsoever. So that's good for the environment. You as a homeowner, I live not far from you. I use all organic, granular fertilizers that are very slow to break down, low nitrogen, and these are available to all of us. All right, so.
Like I said, that's what I use now on my current lawn, and on this property, I haven't been fertilizing it. I've just been kind of watering and mowing.
That's good. That's excellent.
Yeah. Now you could go to a meadow. I don't know that you read the New York Times or not, but there was a very nice presentation and opinion piece just the other day about lawns are killing us. It's still stuck in my mind.
Yes, I am cognizant of my next door neighbor, and I think they have quite an extensive lawn there, and it is contiguous. We share the same seawall going on. I think it's actually 3 properties that all have a same seawall, and so I'm trying to be a bit harmonious there. And they also have the geese and swans, whatever, that are on the lawn there.
I don't know about the geese and the swans. I don't think Tom can help you out with that. All right. But
well, if you didn't have a lawn, if you didn't have a lawn, you wouldn't have any geese and swans there.
That's right. I live very close to you. I have a large section of mine are native grasses, and we don't fertilize at all, and we barely water, and they look beautiful. So there are good ecological alternatives to lawn.
And I think that was the idea with the embankment going down there, and I didn't really want to address anything further down to the water, and want to meld into the neighborhood a little bit better with my neighbor and see if they want to do some things differently along that area, because in terms of usage, it's typically just a walk through if you're going to go kayaking or something.
Okay.
Well, we can certainly condition the new plantings so that fertilizer is prohibited.
We also have a standard condition in our boilerplate that, like, you know, in our 100-foot buffer zones, no herbicides, pesticides, insecticides, all that good stuff. But yeah, we can also make an additional condition if we wanted to, specifically for any plantings.
So
I don't think those native grasses require anything, right?
no.
They don't require
No.
occasional water. That's about it, Mr. Hensey.
Yeah, that was the whole idea behind it, was we wanted it to be very natural and low maintenance, and just have to cut it down once a year type of thing.
Yeah, Mr. Hensey, just so you understand, the actual native grasses it's detrimental to fertilize them because you.
Oh, yeah, no, I understand that. I don't want to
you-
fertilizer.
You
I'm trying to do
encourage
as
all the
little as
weeds.
possible.
You encourage all the weeds next to them to grow.
Yes,
Okay.
Does this property have a well on it?
yes, it does. And that's that bulkhead that you see down in that 100-foot buffer zone.
Carmen, could you zoom in on that, please?
Actually, Kara, could I possibly share the screen?
Yes, you may.
Okay, so let me see. Share. Okay. Okay, so can everybody see this easement and the bulkhead in the back? So this is where the well is located in the rear. And I believe the neighbor on the side, also number 72, has access to the well water. And also, just to mention, we were trying to stay away from, this is a very unorthodox resource area as well. As you know, for coastal banks, once you are within the floodplain, then we go by that 4-to-1, break-in slope, and we are in a gauge zone. So the floodplain goes along here, elevation 12. So we have this, looks like a random, coastal bank up here, and a 50-foot buffer here to this coastal bank along the seawall. So we were also trying to stay away from doing any work within the coastal bank here, even though it's really just lawn. And before I forget, I was just telling you the what is there today and what we were proposing, but also it's important for me to note, and of course I should be looking at my notes, but we will actually be reducing the total area of building within the 50 and the 100. As you can see, the only things that are within the 50-foot buffer zone here that we're removing are the existing retaining walls. The existing house is located between the 50 and the 100-foot buffer zone to the highest coastal bank. And the proposed house will be also, however, as you can just clearly see on the plans, there is much more house between the 50 and the 100 right now than there will be once the project is done. So there will be a total reduction of actual house between the 50 and 100 of 1,059 square feet. And there will also be a total reduction of impervious. Once again, it's primarily house that we're removing. We're still having a pool and a patio, but it's primarily house that we're removing back there, between the 50 and the 100. And there will be a total reduction between the 50 and the 100 of 1,392 square feet. And we're also pulling the house further away from the seawall and the higher coastal bank there. The existing house is 66.5 feet away from this higher coastal bank, while the proposed house will be 70.6 feet away from this higher coastal bank. So I just wanted to point those things out that I actually did not mention during my presentation. And I don't want to stop you from asking questions at this time.
To clarify the top of the coastal bank here?
Okay, so During the ORAD, we presented this resource area to you. There is a seawall in the back, so that's an easy coastal bank. However, when you get into the floodplain, and the floodplain has a slope that is steeper than a 10-to-1, then the coastal bank runs through the floodplain up to the point where that floodplain is less than a 4-to-1 slope. So in this case, this area is higher than a 10-to-1, but is lower, shallower than a 4-to-1. So in that case, the top of the coastal bank is located at the floodplain. So we have therefore one coastal bank up here, another one, closer to the sea or to the water. And these are the 50 and the 100-foot buffer zones to this coastal banks.
And do the 2 50-foot buffers, they don't join in some way?
No, because this is, and once again, it doesn't really make that much sense. I'm really going by the literal, the 92.1, the policy. And believe it or not, I mean, when I visited the site with Charlotte, I pointed out that, look, I have one foot in the coastal bank right now and my other foot is not. So it's just simply going by the policy.
Now, is that a walkway of some sort being proposed on the west side?
Over here,
Yeah.
It's not a walkway, it's just landscape steps. And Kara, maybe you can show what hardscape is being proposed, because Tommy needs some things to find in order to orient himself. So I don't know if you could do that, Kara. Let me just share the screen again. I'm such a screen hog. Okay, there we go.
Let's see. Sure. So, okay, resuming. Just wanted to show some of the materials for the site. Right before I do that, just wanted to show the landscape plan, and I just wanted to go over the grading and why we were grading in this one zone. It was because of the removal of the retaining walls. Otherwise, we would not have done any grading at all within the buffer. And then, so just to go over the plan itself. So this, of course, this is our driveway, and it has a large oval roundabout. There is a small vehicular turnaround here and a sidewalk that's proposed. Currently, in terms of materials, we've kept it very basic. We actually started with the inspiration of Weymouth granite. So this is a stone quarry showing the Weymouth granite. It just has a really beautiful patina, this iron, and it has like this granite and beige undertones. So in terms of material selection, we went with just a very, benign color palette to keep it very simple. So our inspiration was really just the Weymouth granite. In terms of wayfinding, we wanted Tommy, his child with the disability, to be able to find his way through the landscape with ease, without placing any strange objects that would look out of place on the site. So the architect and I, Susan Hoadley and Karina Martinez, we developed a very simple aesthetic. Susan really liked having bollard lights. This is just an example of what we could use, just simple stone structures. And then in terms of wayfinding in the landscape, these are just like landscape steps. So it would be pieces of granite sunk into the hillside. This is another alternative, is to put pieces of granite within the grass. So that being said, within the landscape plan, right over here, I just want to show how these, so we have the granite steps sunken into the slope here, and also down to the water. Our client, Tom, requested to have some sort of footpath to go down to the water, since we are dedicating this whole region for native plants. So this would just be like an access way down to the water. In terms of the plants themselves, I'm just going to start at the end here. So all of this down here would be our native plants, our native grasses. I think I've showed that already. These are our native grasses.
Cara, may I ask you a question? Eric Eisenhower.
Yes.
Excuse me. Are you planting individual plants of grass, perennials in pots, or are you scattering seed?
This would be a seed distribution.
Because what you're showing us now is not what it's going to look like.
Correct. I'm not showing you a meadow photo.
A great mix of all sorts of seeds and grasses, and it may or may not be attractive, but you're not going to get anything that resembles the photographs you have there.
I would disagree with you, Eric. I have a meadow outside my house right now that I've developed, and I have grown them from seed. And if you scatter a 500 individual seeds, you might get one or two that sprouts, but that's the way it goes. So you don't actually know what you will get. That being said, this seed mix was developed by New England Wetland Plants, and I have successfully sprouted them.
That's not the issue. It's not the issue whether they sprout. The photographs you're showing us are of individual potted plants. All right.
These are not potted.
They're very, very dense, and that's different than what you get when you randomly mix 4 or 5, 6, 7, 8 different types of seeds, which grow haphazardly together. That's all.
Correct. It will be a meadow that you will not necessarily be able to differentiate what is what. For the purpose of the presentation, we have people on our panel that might not know what the grasses are, so we did list them individually.
I think they know.
Okay. In terms of the rest of the site, within the 50 and 100 foot buffer, we actually kept this to be all native. Here next to the pool, we have 2 large plant beds containing ferns, hay-scented fern and lady fern. Along the side, to give screening, we have bayberry, and then we have a low juniper ground cover. For the front of the driveway, we actually went with some more ornamental plants. Our client has requested low maintenance, but I tried to incorporate as many natives as possible. As you will see, there's plenty of evergreen mountain laurels, but we've kept it just very basic in terms of the plant color palette. All of these islands, have already been disturbed, as the existing roundabout would have to be redone anyway. So all of the ornamental plants are really tucked away into the overhang of the building. And then along the driveway, as you come into the property, like I had mentioned before, there's an existing stand of large junipers. We would like to maintain those and actually add to them. There are a few spots where there are some spotty holes. There's an existing stand of river birches on the right here, and we're proposing to mimic that over here on the left. And what that would achieve was actually plenty of screening for the home from the street. So we did create a model for the site. This is a oblique aerial as a kind of like a bird's eye view. So this would be 80 North Main here. There's an existing stand of plants that we would keep remaining. These are the existing junipers. Here are the birch trees. There's an existing hedgerow of junipers that go all the way down this side of the property. And then we would be proposing more birches on the left here. Some views from the projected views from the main street itself. So very little of the home would actually be showing. And so we've really tried to consider the neighbors' views of the home, and we try to give as much screening as possible to the site. This is actually a view from, this is actually an impossible view. No one would actually see this view, but this shows the slope down to the water. This here shows the plants, the native plants on the hillside. And then the trees that would be screening the home. And then, let's see.
Kara, do you have a view of what it'll look like from Little Harbor itself?
I did not do that view.
A lot of people will see it.
I'm not sure how many people will be on the water looking out at the home, but that, yeah.
I'm out there 3 times a week.
Tom will be there.
I'll be there. I'll see it.
Okay.
There's a lot of neighbors too that'll see it.
I'll join you, Tom.
It will certainly be an improvement to what is there. And I would love to hear from you, Tom, once everything is done and see what you think about it.
And then lastly, right before I end, I just wanted to show you landscape lighting for the project. This is just a preliminary lighting plan. It's not set in stone at all. We had our lighting designer who was able to create a computer simulated 3 different images that show different material their reflective properties. So this is all low voltage landscape lighting, and this is all dark sky compliant. And in these images, it really just shows what the bollard lights would look like over asphalt paving, over gravel or stone, and over concrete. The concrete is not applicable. We are not proposing concrete, but I just wanted to show what how bright the lights actually look over concrete versus asphalt or stone.
And Kara, you're not proposing any lighting within the 50-foot buffer zone, correct?
Correct. So here we could actually remove these if the commission does not approve. This was just to illuminate the path down to the water for safety along this side. Again, this is just a preliminary draft, but we do have an egress here from the building that comes down the side and down to the water. And this would really be the only access down to the water. And then here this is actually just the pool patio area.
And just on with my son, he will run outside and kind of in the middle of the night. He'll wake up in the middle of the night and actually run outside. So we do like to have some lighting to actually track him when he goes outside like that. And he'll go out on the pool deck and run around that and then come back inside, or in the front yard, he'll run out, run around and then come back in.
And then lastly, I just wanted to note that our lighting designer, she did mention to me that the bollards that we've selected and the type of lighting that this is, it's actually very dim. And she actually said that this is the most minimal lighting we could propose without it being a safety hazard. So she actually wanted to put more lighting. But I told her, you know, we had to space them as far apart as possible to maintain like the most like dim possible lighting for the site. So what I'm actually showing you is actually a very scant amount of light fixtures. And
I'd like to read into the public record a question from Astrid Pesh. It says, we're concerned about the construction access to the property. We are sharing the drive with 2 other neighbors. And Chris Pesh then writes, 90 North Main Street, and a butter and adjacent neighbor is supportive of the application in its current form, subject to the committee's conditions. So Carmen, I'm going to ask you, in answering this question, do you have kind of a construction access plan for this project?
Well, the construction will continue to be the existing driveway. It is a shared driveway at this point. Yeah, but as you can see, once the construction vehicles go in, there is plenty of space to park. But yes, this is a shared driveway. The whole purpose of this is to maintain the existing mature vegetation. It would not make sense to cut down any trees to provide a different, means of access to the.
Yeah, I don't think the neighbors suggesting you cut down trees, but there are things that can be done to make sure that the shared portion of the driveway is not is not damaged. So I think that as you know, moving forward, if this gets approved, that we have to make sure there's a condition that makes sure that that entryway is maintained all through construction.
Yes,
I have a couple questions for you. Is this home going to go to large home review?
it already has.
It has, and it's
Yes.
been approved?
No, it hasn't. So
Okay,
we had our hearing last night, and
Okay.
it was continued until, unfortunately, they have a few contentious hearing on, I think it's the 8th, the beginning of September.
Yes.
So they put us on for the 28th of September.
Yeah, but Chris, just so you're aware, is with large home review, their only option is to approve the project. They don't even have an option to deny it. It's just the way the bylaw is written. So it's either an approval without conditions or it's an approval with conditions.
Understood. It's important to us because we don't want those conditions to come back and you know, have to kind of go through this all over again. So it's just
Yeah.
So I have a few other
Of course,
questions.
yep.
The infiltration areas that you show in the back, have you done any test pits for those areas?
We have not done test pits at this time.
Okay.
However, I have notes. Charlotte actually was extremely thorough in her review. So we submitted revised plans, and we actually had to separate the existing conditions and the proposed conditions. So now we have 2 plans, and we have all kinds of conditions there guiding the contractor as to what to do. So one of those notes is requiring the contractor to conduct test pits at the 2 infiltration sites. They have to be reviewed by us, and we have to confirm that the conditions that we assume through the NRC soils, NRCS soils, that are correct. So if anything differs, then obviously I would have to change my design accordingly. But it's highly unlikely, but once again, the condition is there so that I will be visiting the site before construction, conducting the test pits, and making sure that the groundwater location and the soil conditions are as assumed.
Ordinarily, we would expect that before we even considered issuing a permit.
Mhm.
And moreover, those test pits need to be representative. So they need to be exactly where you're going to put those infiltration chambers. And by the looks of them, it's quite extensive. So I think probably 2 for the one on the east and 3 pits on the west might be appropriate. Let's get back to the coastal bank, though. I mean, I think I made it clear that you need to do the test pits first. You can't just put that off and say, well, we'll do it while we're under construction. We need to see test pits.
Could that not be considered a condition of approval, though? Maybe conducting test
Generally
pits
not.
confirming?
Generally not. I don't think we've ever done that, have we, Chris?
I think there was a time we might have, but it's caused so much problem over time that now it's something that we ask for up front.
Okay.
Yeah, let's get back to the coastal bank. You keep pointing to the coastal bank here. You're not talking about the top of the coastal bank. Aren't you pointing at the toe of the coastal bank?
No. This is the top of the coastal bank. This is not the toe. Yes.
Do you have a profile of this that you've created?
Yes, actually, and
Good. Could you put it?
We have on WORD. You have seen this before.
Can
But let me,
you put it up for us?
of course.
Good.
Let me just.
And while you're pulling that up, Charlotte, please confirm what do our bylaws allow as far as variance in the 50-foot buffer of the coastal bank?
Yeah, so the variance request can allow work to be done within the 50-foot buffer, which is technically no disturb. And then I'll just note too, for stormwater, the standard 2 for pre-construction and post-construction values can be waived if the commission were to grant it, given that the site has land subject to coastal storm flowage, and that's in the Stormwater Handbook and the Wetland Protection Act. I think it's like 310 CMR 10.04.
Yeah.
Um,
I just note that the FEMA flood zone doesn't seem to be on any of the drawings I've seen here. It is zone VE. So it's a velocity zone here. It's a 12-foot velocity zone.
Mhm.
And normally that would be on the plans. Is it on, am I missing something? Oh, there we go.
Yeah, they are on the plans.
There we go.
Yeah, so what it is, Tom, is that, and I'm sorry, I cannot see anybody here because I have this in full view. But what it is that the elevation 12, the contour, it becomes the coastal bank here in the middle of the lot to the left. And that is why you cannot see it.
Well, the coastal bank has two elements. It has a toe and it has a top of coastal bank.
Yes.
So it looks to me like you're pointing to the toe of the coastal bank, not the top of it.
No, it is the top. So what happens is,
Okay. Okay.
and-
Here, let's look at this.
Brendan Sullivan from my office actually did me the favor of doing this here. You should have grilled Brendan back then. So this is the plan that we submitted for the ANRAD. And these are the different transects that I put together and the different figures that represent each one of these transects as far as where the coastal bank is. So for example, in this case, the toe of there's no such thing as a toe of a coastal bank. There is only the top of a coastal bank. For example, if you take a look at this figure 5, and this figures come straight from the policy 92.1. So if you come from the ocean, you could have, many, or from Little Harbor, you could have many coastal banks. In this case, which is the case over here on the left, there is a top of coastal bank here at the seawall. So that would be right here. This top of coastal bank up here is at the seawall. Then here it's very shallow. So here's that shallow. You see that less than 10-to-1 slope. And then it starts picking up. So this slope is steeper than a 10-to-1, but shallower than a 4-to-1. And that's this slope right here. And if this actually from here over is steeper than a 10-to-1, but shallower than a 10-to-1. And if you keep on going up the slope and it's still steeper than 10-to-1, shallower than a 4-to-1, but the base flood elevation, the floodplain is there, then your top of bank is at the floodplain. And that's exactly what's happening here. The top of bank for this transects is at the top, at the floodplain. However, for these two transects over here, then we have this other situation where we're coming here from Little Harbor, we hit the seawall. So now we have a top of bank at the seawall. And then beyond the seawall and up to the base flood elevation here, that's that line with a little triangle on the top, that's the base flood elevation of the floodplain. So if the slope is shallower than a 10-to-1, as the ground gets to the floodplain, then there is no coastal bank there. And the coastal bank was the first breaking slope in the back. So in our case here is the seawall, which is back here. So over here, there's coastal bank only at the seawall, nothing beyond because it's shallower than a 10-to-1. And over here, there's one at the seawall, but because this is steeper than a 10-to-1, but shallower than a 4-to-1, there's also one at elevation 12. And
Okay, thank you.
I hope I didn't bore you with that.
No, we need to, the coastal bank is always a complicated issue.
It is. And to tell you the truth, I think this is extremely, just going to the site, I think this regulation is very conservative. And this is the perfect example as to why it is so conservative, because literally I had a foot here on the lawn and another foot of the lawn, and everything looks the same. But because of a transect, I have a coastal bank here and not there. It doesn't make any sense. I considered it still, and I'm showing it just because it's a velocity zone. But I think it's too conservative. I'm just going by the letter of the policy though. Any other questions for me? Hello?
Yep, no.
I'm
Not yet.
sorry, I cannot see you. I'm trying to get out and I'm not very good at this. Okay, there you are.
Carolyn, I'm going to back up to what I asked you a few minutes ago. Isn't there a limit as to how much of a area variance we can give?
So for coastal stuff, I have to double check, but for at least for wetlands alterations, we only allow 1,000 square foot alteration. Same thing with riverfront area, but I don't think we're dealing with those resource areas here. I can double check real quick on coastal banks, but yeah, our regulations have very strict alteration limits for different types of resource areas.
We're not proposing any alteration within the resource area though?
No, in the buffer though.
Yes, but only in areas that are already developed, you know, primarily areas of building and.
Well, that's true of the area of being graded where the retaining walls are, but it's not true of the vegetation. So
are you talking about the native plantings?
Yes.
Oh, okay. We truly thought that you would prefer to see native plantings closer to the water.
Well, it is true, but I think, and Charlotte will confirm, I think unfortunately our bylaws don't allow us to just allow for complete removal and replacement. We just don't have that caveat in our bylaws that allow us to variance a large area. So I'm looking for clarification from our agent, but I believe that to be the case, that it's limited to a certain area. Now that's not to say you can't do, apply for 1,000-foot variance now and come back at a later date for another 1,000 feet. But if I'm not mistaken, I think we are limited to 1,000 feet. And being between the vegetated, the planting and the steps going down and the regrading, all of these come into play when we have to, we have bylaws that we have to follow.
Okay, so if that were the case though, the 4,500 square feet of native plantings is
Yes.
actually proposed over this entire area.
Understood. Understood.
Yes, but over here is in the 100-foot buffer zone, not the 50.
Understood. So if you cut that by 2/5, then you're down to, 1,460 square feet. I don't know exactly what the number is,
Yes.
but
I'm still looking for the 50-foot buffer, but in our rules and regulations, section 32 on resource area and wildlife habitat, it's we don't allow we don't allow more than 1,000 square foot alteration directly in the resource area, and that's all resource areas, not just BVW, but excluding vernal pools. But I'm still looking for stuff on the 50-foot buffer. But we definitely do have a very strict 1,000 square foot alteration for resource areas.
Yeah, once again, we're not proposing anything in the resource area.
understood.
Charlotte, when you arrive at a conclusion on that question, would you please share your answer with?
Yes, I'm speed reading through the regulations right now.
Yeah. No. What I mean is, I'm not sure anyone really expects you to find it right now, but obviously the hearing's going to be continued, and when you do find it subsequent to the hearing, please let me know.
Sure, absolutely. I'll look through this thoroughly, and I can send that to you and Carmen. But at least off the top of my head, again, I don't want to speak confidently right now, but I don't think we have a limitation for the 50-foot buffer itself. We just have the no disturb unless a variance is given by the commission, and variances, as we know, are granted in rare and unusual circumstances per section 13. But yeah, at least right now, what I'm finding is we do have a very strict alteration limit for the resource area directly. But I'll definitely double check on that.
Yeah, and the variance standard is no adverse impact, I believe.
Correct. Yeah. So no adverse impact, and has to meet the definitions of rare and unusual circumstances. as defined in section 13.
So for the next hearing, for the continued hearing, we should have test pits performed in the locations of the infiltration systems and calculate how much, actually, after Charlotte, after you let us know whether or not we have to have a limit, then if there is indeed a limit, then we obviously would have to change things to make sure that we're within the threshold.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. Any other comments by commissioners? Well, I'm going to.
I have one comment. Yeah, just getting back to the plants for the next one. For the native plants, would there be a maintenance plan or something to follow up to make sure that they are, is there going to be some sort of plan in place to follow up and make sure that is maintained as part of the plan as it's
I think there is a maintenance requirement in the order of conditions.
Okay.
Is there not, Charlotte?
Yep.
Yeah, so for plantings, all plantings have to survive 3 full growing seasons, and be replaced by the owner if they don't. So we've often done that as a ongoing condition for certificates of compliance, but it's in the boilerplate for our special conditions.
And then for the removal of the existing plants, would that be just done? Would that be done physically, or there's no plan to use any herbicide to remove anything?
Would have to be. It would have to be dug.
Mhm.
All right, that's it.
Okay. Any other questions at this time? So I'm going to ask that we continue this hearing if that's acceptable.
Yes, of course.
Okay. So our next hearing is on the, let's see, today's the 11th to 25th. Should we continue to 25th, or do you want to, or do you think that's enough time to get test pits done?
I think so.
I was
Okay.
going to say, there's also September 8th and September 22nd. Those are our next 3 hearings.
Well, let's do it till the August 25th, and then if there's any concern with being able to get the test pits, we can continue again.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
We
Thank you.
appreciate that very much.
Yep.
Have a good night.
Thank you. Our next hearing this evening is for NOI 22-11 and 22-06. This is 46 Border Street, building remodel by Co-Lobster Incorporated.
It just
Promoting everyone now.
ended, Meg.
Am I missing anyone, Adam? I think I got everyone.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Adam Brodsky, and I represent the applicant Co-Lobster LLC. Hopefully you can hear me this evening.
Yes.
Excellent, thank you. Tom Sullivan is the manager of the LLC. Eamon O'Mara is our project manager, excuse me. You see Susan Holy and Corinna Martinez, our project architects, and Darren Grady and Gabriel Padilla, our project engineers. I also see Mr. Ames from Weston & Sampson. Just to bring you quickly up to date, since we've last been in front of you, we have reached tentative agreement with the Zoning Board of Appeals regarding the proposed uses for the project, as well as the parking count and parking configuration. In order to reach that agreement, we've actually had to reduce the scope of the project by eliminating one of the uses. We were able to find some additional parking spots, but really the only material changes that relate to Conservation Commission are a change in the surface materials for the proposed parking area. We're now proposing a pervious shell surface as opposed to asphalt. All of that was captured in revised plans, which were submitted to the commission as well as the other boards, and I believe had been reviewed by Weston and Sampson, who are somewhere here this evening to present their peer review of the project on behalf of the commission. We got that report this week and quickly, Gabe can speak to this, quickly turned around some additional revisions to deal with what we perceived as relatively minor additions that needed to be made to the plan in the hope that perhaps we could close the public hearing. But in any event, with that brief introduction, Gabe is present. He can describe those changes to you if you wish, or obviously if you wish to hear from your peer review consultants, we'll defer to your judgment on this. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, do you just want Gabe to describe the project changes for you?
Yes, please.
All right, thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. Can everyone see the plan?
Yes.
So, well, the changes that we did on the surface, originally we had considered leaving in asphalt. However, we changed that to clamshell parking. One of the comments that we got from Weston and Sampson was on the design of that. We considered infiltration in that area so as to work as pervious pavement more than just crushed shells on top of stone. In this case, we did modify the detail, which now shows the same profile that is used for pervious pavement, but with the crushed shells instead of pervious pavement. So the rest of the detail is in consonance with the DEP regulations. I'm sorry, the Stormwater Handbook. We already, like Adam said, we had conversations with zoning, and we are in agreement with the parking spaces. The parking area will not change. As of right now, we have 32 required spaces. We're providing 35 and some additional parking spaces off-site. From the Weston and Sampson review, the stormwater review, pretty much we comply. We are in compliance with all the standards. Some minor changes with the details here and there, but in essence, the stormwater report is sound. One of the other comments that we got was about the grading. There are no contour lines because the grading is minimal here. What we're doing is pretty much we're turning the parking lot into a bowl. Right now, the parking lot is the runoff. Half of it goes to the street, and the other one is captured with this catch basin. Now we are proposing to capture the whole parking lot in this catch basin, but the catch basin really is just an overflow because the pavement itself, the runoff itself, will infiltrate in the clamshell paving. This catch basin is the only catch basin that is privately owned and maintained. There are other catch basins that are outside; those are municipal. The one in our lot does have a pipe that drains out to the harbor, and the invert is at 5.5. That's pretty much where we have our pipe that will carry the stored runoff into that catch basin. Another point that was brought up was the connection of the roof drains into the catch basin. There was no issues with that. And pretty much that was the gist of the comments. We are still ongoing with planning, with the planning board. But as far as conservation requirements, I believe we're set.
Well, don't get ahead of ourselves, please.
Mr. Chair, did you want to hear the peer review report as well?
Yes, I would like to hear from Weston and Sampson, please. At least for the conservation issues.
Hi, Nick, can you hear us?
Sorry, Nick, you're muted. Yep. Now you're muted for sure. Unmute.
And I can unmute myself. This is Darren Kirchin with Weston and Sampson Olmix. He's just adjusting his headset. So yeah, we are concurrently doing the peer review for both the Conservation Commission and the Planning Board. So we do have a presentation that I don't know, Charlotte, you want?
Hey,
us to
Darren,
share?
can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Yes,
now
we
we can hear
can.
you. Yeah.
All right, sorry about that, everybody. I guess my AirPods don't cooperate with Zoom. Apologies for the technical difficulties. Let me share my screen here. So I'm Nick Ames. I'm a civil engineer with Weston and Sampson. I headed the peer review. Put together a brief presentation for you all. Some of this might be a little bit redundant with what Gabe was just saying, but I will do my best to make this brief as it's getting late. All right, is this showing up for everyone?
Yes.
All right, great. All right, so project understanding, Gabe just went through this. This is a redevelopment project in which the applicant is proposing to have a net reduction in impervious area at the site. They're also, as Gabe said, eliminating a lot of asphalt pavement and replacing with a pervious crushed shell pavement. So we did an overall review of the stormwater model and the hydrologic assumptions, and then a review of the overall design and its compliance with applicable regulations. So the stormwater model was prepared using HydroCAD computer software, which is based on the SCS TR20 computer model, which represents the current industry standard for analysis of runoff. It's definitely appropriate and very commonly used in the industry. We're in general agreement with all the hydrologic assumptions included in the model, including the runoff curve numbers, the precipitation data, the storms they use the 10, 25, 100-year storms, as well as their catchment areas. As Gabe mentioned, originally we did have one comment just pertaining to the crushed shell pavement detail. Originally, they had proposed putting the crushed shells over compacted stone dust and gravel borrow, which doesn't have any storage capacity. This was inconsistent with the HydroCAD model, which modeled a storage layer underneath the crushed shells. So the whole purpose of this comment, I mean, we weren't trying to guide the design that the engineer chose. We just noted that they should revise either the model or the pavement profile just so that they're consistent and they jive. So the applicant did adjust this today. So now the proposed construction detail does jive with the model, which I just threw up a quick graphic here. I don't think I need to go through it. I think Gabe just did a great job of explaining what they did. The whole purpose behind these graphics is to display their proposed pavement profile. It is very similar to the design criteria in the Mass DEP Stormwater Handbook. They just have replaced the pervious asphalt layer with the crushed shell layer. So moving on to compliance.
Nick, before you move on, Nick, can I ask, is crushed shell an accessible surface?
Sorry, a what surface?
An accessible surface, ADA accessibility.
I would defer to Gabe on that. I'm not too well versed with ADA accessibility and crushed shell pavement, so I'd defer to Gabe.
No, we have designated the handicapped access areas on what will be concrete, which would be at the corner of the parking lot. So that corner parking lot will have 2 spaces, one on each side, for handicap accessible spaces, and the hatch will be on hard surface.
And that's true if you're coming from the street, if you were on the sidewalk or coming over from a neighboring property, you would be able to get to the front door?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
All right, all set to continue, Chris?
Yes, thank you.
All right, great. So we reviewed the stormwater design against the town of Cohasset stormwater regulations, which essentially just reference the Mass DEP standards. The Cohasset stormwater regulations do have a few modifications, so those were taken into account during the review. So we'll just go standard by standard, try to make this quick. So standard number 1, pretty straightforward. The applicant is not proposing any new untreated discharges, so this standard is met. Feel free to stop me at any time with any questions. Moving on to standard 2, the stormwater model clearly shows a net reduction in post-development peak flow rates, which is not surprising given they're reducing the impervious area at the site and replacing all the asphalt paving with the porous pavement. While not necessary in this case, I also just wanted to note there are exceptions for the standard 1 in the Mass DEP stormwater handbook when you're discharging to a tidal water body, which is the case here. And then on top of that, the Cohasset stormwater regulations note that the Concom may waive this standard for land subject to coastal storm flowage, which is also the case here. Again, I think the applicant did a great job demonstrating that post-development peak flows are less than pre-development, so the exemptions really aren't necessary here, but just want to mention them. Moving on to standard 3, which states post-development groundwater recharge shall approximate pre-development recharge volumes. The applicant is using a low impact development technique here by reducing the impervious area on site and also replacing the asphalt pavement with a porous pavement. They do provide groundwater recharge calcs in the stormwater report. In my eyes, as the reviewer, I think they're going above and beyond here because the net reduction in impervious area and replacement of asphalt with a porous pavement will clearly increase post-development groundwater recharge. Typically for a non-redevelopment project, we would request information on the soil types to be infiltrated into, as well as the seasonal high groundwater. But in this case, I think they've already met the standard. And these calculations just provide additional backup into their claim that the standard's been met. They've also used fairly conservative infiltration rate in the absence of soil data. So all that to say, I think it's pretty clear they have met this standard. Moving on to standard 4, which regulates runoff quality. For redevelopment projects, this standard only needs to be met to the maximum extent practicable. The redeveloped features include the modifications to the building, some pedestrian pathways, expanded landscaped areas, and then of course the crushed shell pavement. Roof runoff is generally considered clean by Mass DEP and doesn't require treatment. And in our experience, generally, Mass DEP doesn't require treatment for porous pavements or pedestrian walkways. So based on that information, you can pretty much waive standard 4 in this case. And I also just want to note that the phrase maximum extent practicable can cause some confusion because it's a bit of a gray area. And as reviewers, we typically want to see that the applicant is making a reasonable effort to improve existing drainage conditions. And for this project, given the site conditions, the net reduction in impervious area, and the replacement of the asphalt paving, I think they've gone to a very reasonable extent. And therefore, it's our opinion that this standard has been met. Similar to the groundwater standard I just mentioned, they do provide water quality recharge calculations. My only comment on that would be the exact same as the groundwater comment. You know, they could argue that this standard is met without these calculations, but I think they've gone above and beyond providing those. If I were writing the report, I would probably just argue that the standard could be waived, but they have provided those recharge calculations showing that that first flush runoff is captured in the storage layer below the porous pavement and then infiltrated. They also provide a total suspended solid removal spreadsheet. The standard for Mass DEP is 80% removal. They list an infiltration trench in that spreadsheet, so I just want to clarify. I'm assuming that's referring to the porous pavement. In the Mass DEP Stormwater Handbook, they provide, Mass DEP gives an 80% removal credit for porous pavement, so it's essentially the same thing. Just wanted to clarify that in case there's any confusion among the Concom review of this. So for the sake of time, we'll blow through the next one. Standard 5 is not applicable to this project. That's for land uses with higher potential pollutant loads. So not applicable here. Standard 6 is for critical areas. The applicant included a memorandum on nearby resource areas in the NOI packet. They also show in the stormwater report they're not in a drinking water area, zone 1 or 2. So it appears this standard has also been met. Standard 7 just lists the exceptions for redevelopment projects. Mass DEP has exceptions for standards 2 through 6. The Cohasset regulations have exceptions for standards 4 through 6. They really don't have any exception for redevelopment projects for standards 2 and 3. So just want to note that was taken into account during our review. Standard 8, construction period controls. The applicant does include a narrative on construction period erosion and sedimentation controls. In their response to us today, they noted that they will include erosion controls along the eastern perimeter of the site, which was one of our review comments. But in looking at the plans today, I think they had included those erosion controls along the eastern limits in the July 2022 plan set. I think we had been looking at an older version when we created that comment. So no further comments on the erosion controls. They propose silt sacks for the catch basins, which in our experience is a great way to control sedimentation into the drainage system. And the applicant noted to us today in their response to our comments that they aren't proposing a stabilized construction entrance. Typically, we like to see that just to prevent tracking of dust and dirt onto public roadways. For a site this small and given the small amount of land disturbance, I mean, you might be able to get by without one. I think the commission would probably want to see one. Otherwise, you're going to have probably strict, rules for your contractor to clean roadways every day. I mean, that could obstruct traffic. So I think the easiest thing to do is probably to include a stabilized construction entrance. Those can be fairly simple, just, 2 to 4 inch stone pad constructed before trucks leave the site. You can hose down the wheels. So we would probably recommend that the applicant does plan to have a stabilized construction entrance just to prevent tracking of dirt onto public roadways. To finish us off here, standards 9 and 10. 9 is the operation and maintenance plan, which discusses operation and maintenance long-term of the structural BMPs. Our only question on that was who's actually maintaining which catch basin. The applicant has made that very clear. They are going to be maintaining the one catch basin in the parking lot. The town will be maintaining the catch basins in the street. And then standard 10 is a fairly simple standard to meet. The applicant provided a signed illicit discharge statement in the stormwater report, which is typically all we look for. So to conclude our discussion of the standards, we're of the opinion that this project is generally in compliance with the Town of Cohasset and Mass DEP stormwater standards. And to finish off here, I know there are a few other comments from you, Chris. One pertaining to drainage to the existing catch basins. I think the question had been associated with the parking lot and the roof leaders draining to that existing structure. We don't foresee any issues using this existing catch basin. The catch basin drains directly to the harbor. So as far as overwhelming the system, it's draining directly to a tidal body. So I don't foresee any issue, overwhelming that catch basin. As long as there's no structural deficiencies with the catch basin itself, it's in good condition, then we don't think, there's any issue with this approach. We also don't think there are any required system upgrades given the applicant, in our opinion, has met standard 4 of the Mass DEP stormwater standards. And then finally, the applicant had noted there may be some additional work needed during construction to repair some wooden and concrete piers. We would need some additional information to really weigh in on this. We would just ask that the applicant consider any potential permit requirements that could come up. If they're piers, I'm assuming they go into the water, and if you're doing work in the water, you could potentially trigger Chapter 91 or Army Corps permitting. Not saying this project will, just saying it's probably something to think about, because in our experience, Chapter 91 permit timelines are upwards of 9 months. So we just don't want you to run into any permitting delays during construction that could really throw things off for you. So that pretty much concludes our review of the stormwater design. And if you guys have any questions, I'm happy to field them.
Thank you, Nick. Any questions from commissioners?
Yeah, the storm drain, the applicant storm drain, they mentioned that the invert was 5 feet. Did you look at that? And how does that, is that going to have a one-way passage there? I mean, mean high water there is 4.4 feet. So you're within, 6 or 7 inches of mean high water, mean higher high water, I should say. So that means there's going to be some of our high tides would seem to back up that, right up that stormwater system, unless it's a one-way pipe to the harbor.
Well, let me share my screen, and maybe Gabe can help me out this, because I'm not seeing the existing pipe on this version of the plan set. So I know there's an existing pipe coming out of this catch basin, coming out right here. Looks like that. I'm assuming that's the pipe that you're referring to, Tom?
Yeah, I think Gabe mentioned that the invert there was 5 feet.
Yeah, the invert is, I'm sorry, go on.
I may be mistaken, but I thought that's what I heard.
Yes, there is a call out to the right that gives the invert elevation. The invert out is 5.5.
Oh, okay.
So that's the elevation of the pipe, yes.
Yeah, that's a foot above mean higher high water. Shouldn't be a problem.
Yes.
Thank you, Gabe.
Gabe, can you, so thank you, Nick. I have some questions just for the applicant. Does anyone else have any questions for Weston and Sampson?
I just had a couple clarification questions, if that's okay. Nick, would you recommend updating the operation and maintenance plan at all to clarify the catch basins in the road will be maintained by the town versus the ones on the property will be maintained by the owner? I didn't see it in the O&M plan, but I just didn't know if you wanted to, if you thought it was best to clarify that at all.
Yeah, I think they should. I assumed with their response today, they would be updating the O&M plan accordingly.
Okay. And then I think this was answered, but I just wanted to clarify that for standard 4, one of your notes was that the engineer has not demonstrated a storage bed will be provided below the pavement. I think that was already clarified by Gabriel, but just wanted to double check and make sure because the response was no action required.
Correct. They updated the detail to include a storage bed.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just didn't know if there was another detail I was missing. I think that's it. Thank you.
I also wanted to just have some clarification, please, on the last, almost the last comment that you made, Nick, regarding the Conservation Commission asking for the work plan and protections be established before construction. And it's mentioned in the memo reply to the Conservation Commission that the applicant feels that the protections can be figured out later at the pre-construction meeting, but the commission feels that the method should be determined before the permit is granted. So to me, that seems like a kind of an important point to be maybe settled before moving forward. I was wondering if the other commissioners thought the same thing. I feel like it's left up in the air, whether or not it's going to be protections established before the construction or kind of as you go along at the pre-construction meeting. And does anybody else on the commissioners feel that that's important to kind of determine and make a definite plan as opposed to kind of leaving it in the air?
I agree with you completely, Kathy. I think that that's probably one of the major sticking points is how we are going to prevent debris from ending up in the harbor. And I think the plan is critical to the permitting.
Chairman, if I can ask Gabe what he's proposing for erosion controls, and we'll see if that's consistent with the commission's requirements.
Well, Mr. Brodsky, it's not just erosion controls. This came up at our previous meeting, was the idea that basically this building's being demolished except for some framing and the base of it, but you know,
Mr. Chairman, that's your impression is mistaken. The vast majority of the building is not going to be raised. It will be mostly cosmetic work. The interior portion of the building is going to be opened up. And again, Ms. Hoadley can speak to that. So I think there's a general misconception as to the scope of the project. This is simply a relatively modest improvement project, not a raise and reconstruction. And so again,
no one said raise and reconstruction, but it was explained to us at the last meeting that a majority of the facade was going to be changed and that parts of the roof were going to be removed, and all that is fairly heavy construction. So I will let Mrs. Hoadley explain to us how this might take place.
Yeah, be happy to. Hello, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. My name is Susan Hoadley. I'm from Hoadley Martinez Architects. Are you looking at D101 right now? Can everyone see that? Okay, this is great. This is a demo diagram that essentially shows where the scope of the demo will take place. When you see it in the plan, the areas that are demarcated with yellow are basically structure is meant to largely remain, but we will be replacing windows and siding and basically rebuilding the building envelope at that location, but not doing a lot of work on the structure, it is hoped. And then If you go to D102, which is the roof plan, this shows you the areas of roof that are being removed. So hopefully these two drawings can shed some clarification on the fact that this is a true remodel. And that we've been very, very, very careful about being very selective about what we do touch. Mostly because we need to stay under a budget threshold. So that has caused us to be very selective. So hopefully that's helpful.
Well, it's very helpful, but I do have to ask the question, if a contractor is on the roof and he's removing a dormer, what's to prevent debris from falling off the roof and into the harbor?
Okay, fair enough. Gabe, do you have the ability to explain the limits that we've put on?
As far as our erosion control, the erosion control that we show in the plan is merely for the site work itself. But we can certainly put some floating silt fence that capture that debris and make it part of the erosion control plan.
Can you give us an estimate of the volume of material that's going to be removed from the site as this reconstruction takes place?
That is not something that we have quantified, no.
You know, obviously our concern is that this debris is either windborne or falls off the side or whatever and ends up in the harbor. And so it seems to me that a fairly tight plan needs to be in place to prevent that.
Yeah, both, I would say both with the removal and for waste storage on site. If you have dumpsters on site, what are you going to do to secure the, to keep any light materials that are going in the dumpster in the dumpster?
Yeah, if you look at the diagram D102, which shows the roof, which I would argue is probably the most impacted by the potential for runoff from demolition. And I think if you look at the diagram with an understanding of the orientation of the roofs on the site, the vast majority of concern is probably, as Chairman McFarland said, removal and building of dormers, replacement of roof, and that area along the edge of the water. And it's certainly, I think it's certainly prudent to show some mechanisms for containing that.
A lot of this has to do with the contractor. And as we've seen around town in numerous places, the contractor's workforce is frequently shedding bags, lunch bags, all kinds of stuff. They miss the construction container when they're throwing stuff away. So we'd like to see some greater discipline here for that sort of thing, because it is on the harbor. It's going to end up in the harbor. It's not like stuff blowing across the street that we're concerned about.
It's actually prepared plan. And is it my understanding that he is in the wings?
Say that again, please.
Nino DiNonno is the contractor and has been working on formulating a plan for these protections. I'm wondering if he's in the wings and could be promoted to answer the question.
Yeah, he's listed as an attendee.
Okay.
Charlotte, could you promote him, please?
Oh, sorry, was it,
Nina.
who are we promoting? Nino?
Yes.
No, okay, thank you. Just wanted to double check. Hi, Nino, can you hear us?
Good evening.
Hello.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
So we had, I had talked to the engineers, this came up pretty early on about needing to come up with some kind of a method, whether it be, attaching netting to the exterior before we remove windows, siding, roofing, anything like that. We may have to do that by boat or barge or whatever the means necessary, but planned on being very, conscious of this during construction, as well as netting over the dumpster at the end of every day, parking, and also making sure, vehicles are clean before exiting the parking lot.
So has that been just a casual conversation, or have you developed a document describing the methods you're going to employ?
We have not created a document. I'd be happy to do so. I could get that to you tomorrow.
Be great.
Okay. And Gabe, can we look at the silt sock out in the parking lot? Susan, you're gonna have to stop sharing, please.
So we have the dotted line, the dashed line, sorry, is where we propose to have the silt fence and a silt sock.
Can you show us where the existing Jersey barrier is?
I have the existing conditions here. So it's right at the edge at elevation 10. We are moving the parking lot back.
Right, and your silt sock is where you've moved the parking lot back to.
Yep.
So is the asphalt between the new parking layout and the existing wall to remain?
Yeah, this area will be left as is right now.
So it becomes a sidewalk, basically.
Pretty much, yes.
And the wall will remain as well?
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
Not touching it.
Okay. And you mentioned earlier that the handicap parking spaces would be paved?
Yes, so this area here would be a concrete walkway, which connects here and here.
Right.
And those are the two spaces required by ADA.
But what about the actual parking spaces themselves?
Right here, right next to them.
Yes.
I'm not sure I'm understanding the question.
Question is, are those paved as well for accessibility?
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay.
I don't think it's clear here, but I can definitely clear that up.
Okay.
Susan, Eric Eisenhower here. I have a question for you. We on Concom have from time to time run into projects that we approved that ended up being, and they tend to be old houses that are being restored in much worse situations than were expected, and ended up either one being torn down or substantially changed from the plans that we had agreed to. To what extent are we facing that problem here? How much actual analysis of this old structure have you done so that you feel confident that what you're proposing actually is structurally sound in terms of the wood, the joinery, and all of that, so that we don't end up with an entirely different project 6 months from now when you're into the work on it?
Mr. Eisenhower, this is Adam Brodsky, and I'm going to step in because it's a question likely more for me than
That's
Ms.
okay.
Hoadley.
That's fine, Adam.
Which is that if the scope of the project changes, we obviously need to come back to the Conservation Commission to amend our orders or obtain a new orders of condition. We have evaluated to great length the scope of the project for reasons unrelated to wetlands, because we have significant concerns regarding building code issues. And so we're confident in our analysis, but to assure you that if there are any changes, we can't willy-nilly in the field make changes for a project subject to an order of conditions. And we would need to come back to the Conservation Commission and presumably the other boards that have reviewed the project to seek relief.
Yeah. Adam, I would assume also that your team, which is very competent, has put a lot of time and effort into this, is very confident that the underpinnings of this structure are structurally sound and will exist in a robust and safe way for many years into the future. I'm talking about the pilings and whatever is down into the water.
Yes, sir. I know there's been some concern regarding that. The planning board has specifically asked that question, and we will be providing that information to the planning board because it really relates to geotechnical, not necessarily a wetlands issue, but we hear your concern. That will be addressed in the planning board process. We haven't finished with the planning board, and obviously we're still waiting, hopefully, for a final hearing with the Zoning Board of Appeals for our special permit. But that's in progress.
Yeah, and this is not a question. I personally would assume that the backers and the owners of this project feel confident that the engineering solutions and the structure here is enough to successfully implement the project. That's not a question, that's just a statement. So thank you, Mr.
Yes, sir.
But if I could dovetail onto that, because those piers are in the resource area, if there was need for them to be rehabbed in any way, we would expect that to come back before the commission.
Mr. Chairman, that would be a legal requirement.
Well, understood. Which we've talked about legal requirements before, so.
I'm sorry, I don't know. I don't understand that. I'm sorry, is there a question?
No, there's not a question.
Okay.
Simply a comment. And will you be going for a Chapter 91 on this building?
We are going to have to consult with DEP waterways. Again, the waterways permitting for the property is complicated, but we're obligated, obviously, under your general conditions to obtain any other necessary permits in order to do the project. So a long-winded answer to say that we need to consult with DEP. I do not know whether DEP will require that we seek any further permitting for this. Again, it's a redevelopment of an existing structure. We're not proposing a new building, and we're not proposing any changes of use out there. These are uses that have been selected, that the uses within DEP jurisdiction, which is not the entire site, just to be clear, not the entire site, that there are no change in use. And we were careful to design the project to minimize those concerns.
Are you saying that the entire building is not within the jurisdiction of Chapter 91?
I believe that is true, because only a portion of the site are filled tidelands, and there are large portions of the site that are not filled tidelands. And again, we're talking about DEP waterways. We're not talking about wetlands jurisdiction as governed under the State Wetlands Protection Act.
I understand, but as we know that there is concern that other things get taken care of, which is why it's in our order of conditions and in our bylaws that other permits are accounted for.
Yes, and also embodied in the State Wetlands Protection Act. So that's correct. You can't go forward unless you have all of your approvals.
Right. Okay. And There seems to be a dock associated with this building. Is there not?
So the dock is historic and separately licensed and is not part of this project. I think there was some confusion because in some version of the architectural plans, it showed the dock, but the dock is not part of this project. We're not proposing any changes to the license float and gangway. So that is not part of this.
So the gangway does not abut any of the reconstruction on this building?
I don't know the answer to that question. You'll note on the site plan that the float and the gangway are not shown because it's not part of the project.
Right, but that's my concern.
Well, it's separately.
Because there was a walkway and a gangway that went down the float, and I'm just trying to understand what the connection of that to the building will be.
Again, that would be subject to the existing Chapter 91 license that shows the location of the gangway and the float. We're not proposing any changes to that.
Okay.
I'm not certain. Hopefully that answers your question.
Yep. Gabe, I have one last question. You submitted us, Charlotte, correct me if I'm wrong. There was a set of documents that had, I believe, 7 plans, including lighting plans, which I think were provided to show that there was not light spillage into the harbor.
Yes, I believe the lighting plan is the last, there we go, the last page here.
Was this submitted to show that
Yes.
there was not spillage into the harbor?
I think Gabriel could speak a little bit more to this, but this plan that we're looking at right now was submitted with conservation site plans. So it is part of the engineered site plan. Gabriel, would you be able to speak a little bit more about light spillage into the harbor, or maybe if that's a question for Susan?
As far as Susan, I will defer the question to Susan.
So what I can speak to are the lights and the photometrics that were generated to describe lighting that's actually attached to the building. Lighting that's attached to the site was actually generated by Grady's office. So is there a way that we could get to submitted pictures of photometrics for submissions ago? I could show.
So Ms. Hoadley, I don't think what's connected to the building is really a concern for us. We know that planning, they take care of that mostly. It was more to try to understand the site lighting. What these pages don't have is they show fairly clearly what's being used on the building, but they don't show what's being used on what seems to be 2 very large poles out in the parking lot.
Okay, that is part of the Grady package, so I'll give that to Dave.
So is it possible that we could, there's a lot of cut sheets on these pages. What there is not is a cut sheet for what's in the parking lot. I mean, the poles are there, the bases are there, but it doesn't look like the fixture itself is there.
That I would need to check.
Mr. Chairman, this is Adam Brodsky, and we're happy to answer your questions and provide information. I respectfully suggest the Conservation Commission really doesn't have jurisdiction to deal with site lighting. That is a planning board function.
When site lighting filters into the resource area, then Conservation Commission absolutely does have jurisdiction over it. And I'm just trying to understand the photometrics by seeing what the fixture is. When I look at the photometrics throughout the parking lot, I noticed a few minor discrepancies, and so that makes me want to understand more about the lighting, so I understand a series, as you can see on the right side of the screen, it's a series of no light spillage into the harbor. I'm very happy to accept that. I just want to see what the light is and why there might be a few discrepancies in the parking lot itself.
Again, we're happy to provide you with that information. You and I have a respectful disagreement.
That's fine. Okay.
I don't know, I don't remember that. Yeah, what's it called? PFAT or
Any other comments by the public or commission? So we it was offered to us that there would be some sort of a plan given that would explain how or what construction process will take care of to make sure that we have containment taken care of. I still would like to see the lighting. The plan should reflect that those parking places are paved as well as the sidewalk immediately adjacent. Per Weston and Sampson's recommendation, a stabilized construction entrance should be shown on the plans. I don't know if there's anything else that the commission would want to see. So I think it's fair to say that we would like to see all those things before we take a vote on this. I would like to recommend that we continue this hearing.
Yeah, there's another movie though. I remember it. It's quite a while.
Yes, no?
Oh, Mr. Chairman, that's a question for us. Obviously, if the commission is not prepared to close the public hearing, we'll assent to a continuance. And I took a list of the additional items that you've asked for. The only question I have is, I know there was a suggestion to put into the O&M plan a statement that the town was going to be responsible for the storm drain within the street layout. Just as a point of information, we would have no legal right to do that work anyway, since it doesn't belong to us. So,
right.
But if you'd like to, that statement in the O&M plan, we're happy to provide it.
No, I wasn't suggesting you would have the O&M for the streets, for the street.
Or there was just some suggestion to update the O&M plan to make that clear. We're happy to do that if that's what you want. I was just making the obvious point that we couldn't do that work anyway if we wanted to.
Right, understood. Okay.
We want, Chris, as well, some confirmation of whether or not those other permits are required for this project. Chapter 91, for instance.
Oh, if I'm Mr. McIntyre, this is Adam Brodsky. Again, in your general conditions, you have a requirement that we obtain all necessary permits. We can't get a building permit until we have all those permits in hand. The specific answer to the question is complicated because we have to go and consult with DEP. I have a view regarding what's necessary or what may not be necessary, but we need to confirm that.
Okay. I think that would be useful for the next hearing to, if we can get an answer from DEP on that.
Well, I'm not going to be able to do that. Again, with all due respect, not a Conservation Commission issue. You can't condition this project on us obtaining a particular permit. Chapter 91 waterways is very complicated. And so I can't anticipate getting a final answer on that. But as I said, we can't go forward with this project unless we get all of our permits in order.
What's Shark Tank?
Okay. Well, we're gonna continue this hearing then until August the 25th. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
thank you.
Okay. Our last hearing this evening is NOI 22-21 for 31 Dolan Lane. This was continued from June the 30th, 2022. I think Jeff Hassett's here. I don't know if anyone else is.
It's just Jeff. Sorry, I'm moving people around. Hi, Jeff. Is there anyone else? I don't see anyone else in the audience.
Hey, Charlotte. Brad Holmes, is he
Oh,
there?
Brad. Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at the wrong list. Sorry, Brad.
All right. So this is a continued public hearing. It's a second hearing for this project. I'll give you a recap of the project because I understand there may be new members or members who are not at the original presentation.
We all listen to the tape.
Oh, everyone's filled in? Okay, then I'll keep it brief. So it's a stormwater permit and an NOI filing for a driveway. The house and the septic leaching field are outside of the jurisdictional area. The property is 31 Dolan Lane. It's currently undeveloped, about 4.3 acres, and it backs up to Wheelwright Park. And the property slopes in a southerly direction, primarily to a BVW, with a smaller portion of the site going to an IVW centrally located on the lot. We do have to cross the wetland with the driveway in order to get back to the home. Your bylaws allow the filling of up to 1,000 square feet. And the DEP allows 5,000. So we do comply with this. It's 970 square feet of alteration. We're replicating at a ratio of 2:1, which is required by the town bylaws. DEP has a lesser standard at 1:1. In the two areas where we are providing mitigation or replication, they are this area shown in green, and then a second area here. These are low-lying areas immediately adjacent to the wetland where the grade will be lowered, and there will be 14 trees planted, 54 bushes, and a seed mix as well. This area will be monitored by Brad Holmes for 2 years. And he also creates habitats within this area by piling up sticks and rocks and such. At the last meeting, it was asked whether or not we could access the upland portion of this property from the frontage located at the other side of 25 Dolan Lane, meaning here. We did do a site walk. Following that site walk, we staked out that property line here. And what it shows is that there's, if this was, you have 25 feet from the IVW to the property line. If that was, flat level terrain, yeah, you could wrap a driveway around like that and then you kind of snake your way up to the house, wrapping around the wetland. But due to the steep topography and the ledge here, this is about a 10 to 12 foot vertical ledge face that you'd be navigating coming down a steep hill. These are 2-foot contours, and then around the bend here, you are going to be grading into the wetland. So it would be a wetland alteration either way. In my opinion, this area here is far more pristine compared to this area, which is immediately adjacent to the roadway. There's an old well right in the middle of the wetland. Also, I know it's not your purview. It's not our reason why we've chosen this location, but to note, if we put a driveway through this area, there's the Wheelwright Conservation Land parking trail system. There's a trail running right behind the stone wall here. So it'd be in close proximity to that and a bit of a disturbance. Again, not the reason why we've chose that location, but wanted to point that out.
I'm sorry, Jeff, could you just repeat, what are we disturbing in Wheelwright Park on a walking trail? What is the problem there? Could you repeat that?
What I'm pointing out is that this property backs up to Wheelwright Park, and the trail that people walk on that conservation land follows the stone wall here.
I've been on the trail many times. I know what you're talking about. So,
okay, good.
What's the problem?
No problem. Just pointing that out. It would be a visual disturbance, as well as you'd be filling the wetland in this area. Stormwater, the roof runoff, it goes to a dry well. The majority of the driveway runoff goes to a large rain garden located here. And then this portion of the driveway has a stone trench along the side of it. We have designed this project in a way that we feel it is permittable under the Wetlands Protection Act. That's because we do fall again under the standards allowed for the area of disturbance. We're providing the 2-to-1 ratio of mitigation. For stormwater, we comply with the rates and volumes of runoff. Again, we're keeping the house and the septic outside of the buffer zones, and there will be conservation barriers throughout this project. It's a mulch sock on the down gradient side, and then a siltation fence to limit the clearing around the entire project. So with that, I'm here to answer any questions, as is Brad. So be glad to open that up. Thank you.
Jeff, could you enlarge the diagram, please? I can't read it.
Mr. Holmes, have you studied these two wetlands to a point where you would say that one is more fragile than the other?
Fragile, no. I have reviewed the wetlands in a sense of my opinion as far as the quality. I think I'm in agreement with what Jeff said. The wetland to the north, that's an isolated wetland, is something that's somewhat of a rarity in that area. If you know the area, it's sloping, there's rock outcrops and ledge, and then you have kind of a wet space that provides significant habitat. It's well vegetated with native species. It's not infested with invasives. The wetland that we're coming off of from the road isn't that same condition. You have road runoff from Dolan Lane coming into it. You have, I think the property to the south has a nearby yard that merges into the wetland, and it's more of a drainage wetland than would be a forested wetland. Certainly a bordering vegetated wetland, but it doesn't have the qualities, in my opinion, that the northerly wetland has.
And in the replication that's being shown now, is this purely a quantitative replication, or does it actually pardon me, does it actually work to improve the wetland that you're saying is somewhat degraded?
Well, you're gonna, because of the 2-to-1 ratio, you're going to have more flood storage capacity and more wetland on the site than exists now. So you would have an increased amount of wetland resource area. So I think with that brings a betterment just by meeting the standards of the Cohasset regulations. We're going to be replanting it with native vegetation and the like. So at the end of the day, you're going to have a more wetland and enhanced wetland than exists there now.
But without a buffer.
Correct.
Correct.
Jeff, I thought that you were going to present us with an alternative. And it sounds like your alternative is more like a straw man. You've already decided that you don't want to put the driveway on the north side. And so you said very little about it. Unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to see where the center line was up there, but we walked it. And we walked both of these sites, both of these potential driveways. And at least from my perspective, and maybe you could do some calculations to disprove this, but the amount of ledge removal is more or less equivalent. The thought that you've got to make a fairly sharp turn in your driveway on this, you want to scoot that thing farther north a little bit so we can, yeah, thanks. So, and maybe you can hold your cursor over the area that we had traversed. and considered an alternative where instead of passing through the isolated vegetated wetland, you pass through the 25-foot buffer. Now, I don't know whether the length of the driveway is shorter or longer. I don't know for sure that you would have to remove more or less bedrock. Hard to say until you've done the calculation, which you haven't. So I don't see that you've put much effort into an alternative here to doing this. And we've already had a conversation about what the state might think about this in terms of their level of protection. And I think Charlotte pointed out that isolated vegetated wetlands are almost unmentioned in the state bylaws compared to bordering vegetated wetlands. So at least the state seems to indicate by that they hold a bordering vegetated wetland as a more valuable resource than an isolated vegetated wetland. So again, I don't see a good faith alternative presented to us here, which I'm disappointed by. I mean, I really thought that you could do a little bit more to have a good faith effort to see how you would actually do this. Instead, I see a straw man that you've constructed. So I'm not real happy about how this has played out.
Sure. Well, we can certainly provide some additional information on that. When we did our site walk, we traversed through this area where the slope was a little more gentle, and the property line was in that area where we saw the remains of some pink flagging further over.
Right.
And beyond that was the big vertical steep ledge face that we suspected you'd have to navigate if you came in that way.
Yeah, that's like there's like an 8-foot face there.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a little taller than that, but it's.
Well, I'm counting Jeff, I'm counting the contour lines and I count 4 of them, I think.
70 to 80 is 10 feet.
Okay. All right. So it's a 10-foot face.
Yeah.
And the face down on your alternative driveway, it's not quite as steep, but it's also, there's a substantial amount of bedrock that would need to be excavated.
Yeah.
So it's really not, but it's really not about the cost of the applicant here. It's about, we're making a decision about the preservation of the resource. And we have to make a decision about which of these resources we think is more valuable. As I said, the state seems to prioritize bordering vegetated wetlands over isolated vegetated wetlands, hence the 100-foot buffer. Do they even have a buffer around an isolated vegetated wetland? I don't think the state does.
25 feet.
No, that's ours, isn't it?
Oh, the
Or is
state.
that the state's?
I don't know what the state has.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Charlotte.
In any case, it's 25 feet. So if you just take the magnitude of the buffers as some indication of how the state feels about these two types of resources, the isolated vegetated wetland is less valuable than the bordering vegetated wetland. So I would like to see an honest evaluation of this alternative, not a straw man.
Yeah.
So while we're talking about this restoration, and I think we should seriously consider what you've proposed here. I'm not saying that this alternative is the best solution, but I don't have the basis to compare them very well right now. But going back to, you want to scoot it back down so we can see the proposed access. So in the restoration area, would this require some excavation so that the elevation of the created wetland would share the same high water mark as the existing bordering vegetated wetland?
Yes, that's correct. So we chose the low-lying areas that are only slightly higher in elevation. In those areas, the grade would be lowered to match the wetland elevation. Yes.
Okay, so you're going to have to excavate this to create this artificial part of the wetland.
Correct.
With all the heavy equipment going in and doing the work.
It's done in the most delicate way possible.
Yeah.
Well,
that would be a pick and shovel delicate way, I don't think you're going to do that. You're going to get in there. You're going to get in there with a skid, with a skid loader or whatever.
It would be more like a small excavator that can kind of reach around things and protect the nice mature trees.
Okay.
This is not something new. It's something we do wetland crossings fairly regularly. I've sent Charlotte a number of samples that have been permitted recently.
Right.
I don't want to dwell on this because I know you want some more about the top location, because I know you want some more information, and we will provide that. But we chose this location because that we're proposing because we think it is the best alternative. That's why the applicant is, worked with the neighbor. The neighbor is part of this application and is willing to grant an easement to go over that piece of land. If we were to go the other route, and I'll put this on paper and grade it out and everything, but you're navigating down a 10, 12 foot ledge face here, taking a turn. The driveway has to be 5 feet off of a property line per zoning. Per zoning, the driveway has to be 12 feet wide. Just for safety, and snow removal and such, you have to have somewhat of it in stormwater controls. You need to have somewhat of a shoulder, probably, and then you're going to have grading down towards and into the wetland. I can tell you there's going to be disturbance to that wetland, and we could go back and forth all day long about whether it's how great of a wetland it is. I mean, regulatory wise, it's certainly less regulated, but it's a pristine wetland. It's a nice area compared to the area just off the side of the road. There's few large trees in. It's previously altered right next to the
but
road.
you're also now putting a driveway beside this, so that's degrading it even further. I think my point is, Jeff, that we see an honest alternative, and I know we can reach some agreement here about one of these alternatives.
Sure.
We may find that they're equal, or each obviously has its pluses and minuses, and it's our job to decide which of those is really best for the resource. And we can't do it with the information we have right now.
Sure, I understand that.
Charlotte, let me just say, I think it's very clear that this whole thing is predicated on the classification of a limited project. And if you read through the literature, a limited project requires a thorough, in-depth analysis of all the alternatives from an environmental, from a wetlands viewpoint, looking at wildlife habitat, looking at all the other side effects. And we clearly don't have that yet. So until we get that, I think we're just sort of talking, in the air. All right. We need a thorough analysis in a very objective, not prejudicial way. All right.
Sure, absolutely.
But Jeff, I have another question for you. If you take a look at section 32B1, it makes it very clear, all right, that the 1,000 square feet can either be a resource area or, all right, a buffer zone with wildlife habitat value. This is clearly a buffer zone with wildlife habitat value if you look at the definition in our document. And I think at this stage, if we include those together, we're talking about possibly well more than 1,000 square feet needing to be replicated, which is kind of a tough situation because we're only allowed to have 1,000. So we have a problem here, I think, with what do we do with all the buffer zone replication that's necessary that is being caused by the project that you're proposing. Because it's not just the resource area, our document, our rules. So we also have to replicate the buffer zone, either whether it be 50 or 100, doesn't say. But there's a great deal of work that has to be done to better an altered and degraded buffer zone. So Jeff, maybe you can speak to that for a while.
Yeah, sure. I don't have the regulation from me. We'll take a closer look at it. But at this point, we're not proposing any buffer replication. So that's certainly something we can look into. One thing I was considering is that right now we're proposing a large grassed depression for stormwater. We could certainly make that a planted buffer enhancement area, and then look at other areas as well. So we'll look into that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised we haven't run into this before because it's very clear. It says, and I'll read it: permit the alteration or destruction of up to 1,000 square feet of resource area, all right, or of an area within the buffer zone found to have wildlife habitat value. So both have to be replicated. That's the way I read that. And that's at the page, bottom of page 34. So we may be talking about a lot more replication than we have in the program so far. All right, so.
I did share 2 projects with Charlotte today that were permitted in Cohasset a few years back. The regulations have not changed, and those ones had resource area mitigation only. But we'll look into that more, and I'm certainly not.
Yeah.
I'm certainly willing to provide buffer mitigation here as well.
I've read it 15 times. It's buffer with wildlife habitat value, which if you go to the definition of that, this area is clearly wildlife habitat. So we're kind of trapped in this, my friend.
And if the Conservation Commission in the past has made an error, that's not an excuse for us to repeat an error.
Okay.
Jeff, has this been shown to zoning at all?
No, this would not require zoning approval.
As I mentioned to you on site, I do believe it does, because I don't think Dolan Lane is a legal way, but that's kind of beside the point. And you know, obviously the neighbor is offering an easement as far away from her or their property as they can get, so that the driveway doesn't impact them. And the alternative route is much closer to the house. And I wonder if the option was between the northern route and an easement going across their property between the 50 and the 100-foot buffer, they might be in favor of that anyway. And I know there's a big ledge there, but you know, that may be a cost that has to be considered.
Yeah, I can ask the applicant to discuss that with the abutter.
But easements don't have to be approved by zoning?
No.
Okay.
Jeff, question. If we look at the 2 alternatives, maybe 3, is there any real difference in the amount of ledge to be taken out between the 3 or 2? We're all talking about a lot of ledge and a lot of expense, aren't we?
So option 1 being the one proposed,
Yeah.
we're taking off the end of this ledge outcrop here. Option 2, you know, I haven't graded this out, but I would assume we're doing some ledge removal through this area, which I would expect to be a little bit more. Option 3, coming through here, which may or may not be an option, depending if the neighbor is willing to do that, would be by far the most ledge removal. The other portions of the project were, once we get up beyond this ledge outcrop, we're filling and going over the existing grade with smaller ledge outcrops to a high point here, and then filling as we work back down and back to the house. I don't expect any ledge removal throughout this section of the driveway, only just at this one location. And then we've positioned the house between 2 landforms where its grades coming down, and there's basically somewhat of a valley here that we're positioning the house where we can fill up against the foundation so that there shouldn't be any ledge removal for the house either.
Jeff, I just had a quick question, and I know you've already seen this, but just want to, say for the people in the audience that we did receive a letter from an abutter at 270 North Main, and they were concerned about, the drainage impacts that this project might have on their property. I know you spoke a little bit about it over email, but would you be able to clarify that with the commission and where the drainage is going to be going and what kind of impacts it would have on the abutting properties?
Sure. So the neighbor that wrote a letter of concern is they own the property to the rear. Their house is out on North Main Street, and they have some backland. This project, we've provided all the stormwater calculations showing that we are doing rain gardens, a a dry well and stone trenches to hold back what would be an increased rate and volume of runoff, so that there's less runoff going to this wetland, which is a very vast wetland that continues beyond the abutter's property. So the calculations show that there'll be less water going to the wetland and ultimately to their property.
Thank you.
Tom,
sorry.
Tom, we talked about the size of the wetland up above in the north part of the site. The actual size of the bottom wetland is 4 or 5 times the size of that, because it stretches way, way off the diagram. So what we have up above is relatively small wetlands.
Okay. Are there any additional comments? If not, I'd like to continue this hearing for 2 weeks.
I had one, but I'm happy to save it for the next meeting. It was actually a question for Brad. Do you have any standard methods for evaluating the health of, the bordering vegetated wetland versus an IVW, or just against 2 wetlands in general? Like, do you look for specific factors, in terms of disturbance and vegetation, all that stuff? Like, is there a way to kind of evaluate the overall health of both of these wetlands and what the potential impacts of the project might be for either this way or the other way?
Sure, thanks, Charlotte. There isn't actually a standard or a form that we can pertain to. Unfortunately, a wetland can have, broken bottles and shopping carts and dead bodies, and it's still a bordering vegetated wetland versus a pristine wetland. But we obviously, when you look at a wetland and compare if there's invasive species in development, you can make that analysis versus a wetland that, it doesn't have those criteria and may have some additional value. So it's more of, I guess it's more of a personal analysis and documentation, but there isn't something that would be something that I could refer to as a form or documentation on that.
Okay, yeah, I was mostly curious about like habitat analysis and how that's done with wetlands in terms of, with projects like these, with limited projects. But yeah, I can look more at the
There's certainly
examples.
there's a wildlife habitat analysis that we could look at, but there isn't like a quality of wetland standard.
Okay. Okay, that's good to know. Thank you.
I was looking at the same thing, section 28 of the regulations and 28C. It just says if required by the commission on a given project, and then it goes into the details of the habitat analysis. But seeing as we're looking to potentially replicate, sorry about that. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
All right. I think a habitat analysis would be probably warranted in this situation, since we're looking to replicate something, and we're, at the same time, we're kind of comparing the 2 wetlands, the upland one and the lower one. So yeah, personally, I would like to see that.
Jeff, is that something that that you and Brad could do, or have someone do?
Brad, what do you think?
Yeah, sure, I could do that. That's something that we performed in the past. We can certainly do an analysis of both wetland systems and put something together for the commission to review.
So what would that consist of? Cataloging the proportion of invasive species, or number of weeks per year that they're holding water, or what, or all of those things? What can you give us some idea of what parameters you would really focus on?
Sure, the DEP actually has a simplified and detailed wildlife habitat analysis, depending on the project that you're proposing. So something like this would be under the simplified wildlife habitat analysis, which we could use as a basis, and then get some photographs and some more detail in each location and put together an analysis in a report. It would follow that methodology.
It looks like these are very close to, I don't know what the elevations are here right offhand, but do you know what the drop is between the isolated vegetated wetland and the bordering one is?
Yeah, the isolated is at elevation 60 and the BVW is at about 50.
So it's a 10-foot drop, yeah. I mean, clearly they must communicate at least by groundwater here.
If you remember, the lower one communicates with the one on the other side of the road.
Yeah.
Our famous 4-inch pipe, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Tell me, I have a question, Jeff, and maybe you could look into it. I read, and I was doing my research, that fully more than 50% of wetland replications fail within 5 to 10 years. And the primary reason for failure is they dry out, all right, because they're poorly constructed, or they get invaded by invasive species and are not managed. It'd be worthwhile if you could, as either you or other people are doing your research, if you can try and get a handle on whether these replications actually work or not, because you're trying to make something out of nothing. And I would think that is probably in a self-sustaining way, not an easy thing to do in a world that's becoming drier and drier and hotter. Could you possibly have a look into that, Jeff, and try and get a handle on that?
Yeah, sure. They definitely do require ongoing maintenance to get them going. And that's on other projects, you know, a certificate of compliance is not issued until that wetland has been monitored for 3 years, and then a completion report is prepared by Brad. So he's inspecting everything from the groundwater characteristics to the plant survival, et cetera. But that is key. If you just go out there and you throw some plants in and then let it go, yeah, you're probably not gonna have great luck. You do have to keep monitoring it and maintaining it to really get it to take.
The article indicated that the more moist you make it, the more attractive you make it to Phragmites and other invasive species. So there's kind of you're working at cross purposes there. But yeah, if you could look into it, that'll be good for the crew to know.
Sure.
I can add very quickly, along with the plan that we prepared a narrative, a step-by-step methodology. And it really, the way to get a successful replication is to have the scientist and excavator operator working together. It's all about the elevation that's set. If you don't set the elevation of the wetland correctly, and it's too high, it's not going to function as a wetland. It's too low, you're going to create, a pooled area that's mainly mosquito breeding habitat, and not something that you're looking for. So, it's documented in the narrative. It has to be performed together with the excavator operator, and by doing that, you set test pits. Prior to excavating the area, we set test pits. We set the elevation of the replication due to the hydric soils, and then we work together and form the replication area, and then build up from there.
Okay.
So the hydric soils is a good question. If you're going to excavate, does that mean you have to bring in some hydric soil material?
No. So we're going to excavate down to where the hydric soils are and where the groundwater elevation is. Once we've established that grade, we have to actually over excavate, and then we bring in the organic material to top it. So we're not bringing in hydric soils because we wouldn't be creating the wetland, because we need that groundwater interface. So we have to get down to the groundwater level, or high groundwater seasonal level based on the hydric indicators. And then that sets the elevation. Then we bring in the organics from there.
And what would you use as organics?
Use a compost loam mix. Don't want to have a dry, sandy soil. Like to have more of a dark, rich, black soil that has compost with little pieces of leaves and sticks, so that it more mimics something that you'd find in a normal wetland soil. That organic portion of the wetland soil.
So is that something you could buy?
Definitely. You go to the landscape supply yards, and they're happy to give you more of a compost material than a screen loam.
If you want, I have a few yards of it in my compost heap.
That's what we're looking for.
Charlotte, I'm gonna just mention this again because we're in an public meeting, open meeting. I mentioned to Charlotte, I asked Charlotte, is this a project that we as a Conservation Commission have to approve? And Charlotte said that it was our job to investigate any alternatives, but if there are no alternatives, we have to look at something which doesn't account as a taking. So at some point we have to. But Charlotte, I am going to ask you to go to council and talk to them about the idea of like, what are the parameters? Because obviously, I mean, maybe this easement is being given to this homeowner for free, or this contractor for free, or maybe there's a cost. And then maybe if it moved 30 feet or 40 feet or 50 feet or 100 feet farther north, the cost would go up. But I'm not sure, at what point is the cost not our concern? I mean,
yeah, no, definitely. I can,
as a second point, I mean, you could build a bridge across a wetland, but at what cost? So I'm going to ask you to bring these things up with town council and see if
sure. Yeah,
see
I will.
if there are alternatives that are not being proposed here.
Okay. Yeah, I'll clarify that with legal counsel. I did talk about the easement stuff a little bit, but yeah, all the regulations, which I can summarize as well, would be in the 310 CMR 10.53, and then it's 10.54 through 10.57. So basically, like for limited projects, you go through those regulations, and then the wetlands policy 88-2 summarizes it quite nicely. But I would definitely recommend that people kind of look through both of those things. I can send the information to people. And then Jeff, as Jeff mentioned, he did also send me a handful of similar projects. So those are all in OneDrive. I'm happy to point those out to people. I need to look through them as well. But yeah, I can clarify all that stuff with legal counsel too and see what our options are.
Yeah, I mean, basically the question is, can we require something? To what cost can we require something?
Okay. That's a good question. Yeah, I can clarify that with legal counsel.
Right.
Okay.
So we'd like to continue this then till August 25th. Is that enough time, Jeff?
I think that should be, yeah.
Okay. Please let us know if you need more time.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Have a good rest of the evening.
Thank you, Jeff.
Good night.
On the agenda here is a stormwater permit for 55 South Main Street, which is being continued again to September 22nd.
And then Chris, sorry, we got distracted with all the hearings, but since the applicant did not show up for 430 Atlantic Ave, do we want to continue to 825?
Yes, let's continue that to 825. Okay, we have two sets of minutes for approval, 6:16 and 6:30. I was here on the 16th. I was not here on the 30th. I have no comments for the 16th. Does anyone else have any comments?
No.
I was also not here on the 30th.
Okay, and Chris, you were not a commissioner for either of those?
I was not here on the 30th.
Oh, you weren't here. So I guess we can't vote on that, right, Charlotte? Because it would only be voting.
That is a great question. I think we can vote on 6:16. I'm up in the air about 6:30 if only Tom and if only Tom was present. But two of our commissioners are gone, who were two of the four people.
I feel powerful.
It's true.
Yeah, I mean,
I
we
feel
all watched
powerful.
the recording, so I think we could vote on 6:30. because the two out of the 4 commissioners are gone.
Yeah.
So since you guys all watched the recording, I think we can vote
Okay.
on it.
All right, well, that's what
You're
we'll
very
do.
clever.
I'm
So,
trying. 10:30 at night.
All right, so I'm going to make a motion to approve the minutes for both 6/16 and 6/30, 2022. Aye.
Wait for a second, huh? Wait for a second.
I second, and I vote aye.
Aye.
Tom's,
Aye. Tom Bell,
Kathy?
aye.
Aye.
Okay, those are approved, Charlotte.
Yeah.
Okay, certificate of compliance, you want to tell us
Okay.
about that one?
Yeah, sorry guys, I do have 2, so I'll try to go through these quickly. So I'll start with the first one, which is a little bit simpler for 22 Bancroft Road. This was a 2009 garage addition permit, and I'll just share my screen so that you guys can see everything. So
9?
yeah, this is an old one. It's also related to a housing sale, so that is actually how these permits come up. You know, people never
Yeah.
close them out. They're trying to sell the house and they realize there's an order of conditions recorded with the registry. So this, the site plan was basically this garage addition. Behind the garage were some proposed plantings, but I'll just point out that they were supposed to be arborvitaes and rhodos. So clearly we were not as strict back then with native plantings. But I'll just point out that in this back area here, it was already existing lawn. The site plan in 2009 had an isolated vegetative wetland right back here. And for some reason, they drew the 50 and 100-foot buffers for this isolated vegetative wetland on the site plan. So the proposed plantings were in the 50-foot buffer, but if it's an IVW, it only would have had a 25-foot buffer. There is a bordering vegetative wetland to the left side of this picture that's not seen here. So I think it looked like, if you look at the site plans, it looks like that they combined the 100-foot buffer for the IVW and the BVW. So, I mean, we approved it back then. So that's the only deviation here, that the owner did try to install the rhodos and arborvitaes, but they didn't do well in this area. There's a lot of tree coverage here, and so they were removed. So that is the only deviation. The garage was built per site plan, which is a very simplified site plan. So it was there in the same location. And so that's just the one thing that I'll point out with the commission, that even though the plantings aren't here, they were in an area that was technically, officially outside of our jurisdiction, but at the time we acknowledged it as the 50-foot buffer. So if we were to issue a COC, we obviously have our standard conditions. The numbers were a little bit different. So I'll just say condition number 35, which was the, no herbicides, pesticides in the buffer zones. So that's that one. And then if we wanted to issue it, if we wanted to see those plants fully installed, I mean, the order's long expired, but we do have our standard plantings must survive 3 full growing seasons, but I don't know if we want to put that as an ongoing condition. And then this one, I don't know if it's appropriate, but just because this used to be a part of our template, I'm just going to read it. The use of CCA treated lumber is prohibited. The use of ACQ treated lumber, wood, or plastic is allowed. So I don't know if we need to put that as an ongoing condition, but it was, it was part of our template a long time ago. We're pretty much like any construction, but for ongoing condition, I don't know if it's appropriate. Those are just the ones that seem to be most feasible, but really I think just the standard herbicide, no pesticide one is acceptable for an ongoing condition for a COC. But does anyone have any questions about this one? These are just some photos of what it looks like. The existing home already here. They had a permit in 2001 that was already closed out. So the garage was a separate permit 8 years later. These are just photos of the house, so not really important here. But does anyone have any questions or?
No.
No. Okay. Do you want to vote on this one, or do you guys want to vote at the end?
Let's vote.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Is that everyone?
Everyone's
Yes
in
or no,
favor,
Tom?
unanimous?
Yes, aye.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay, thank
yes,
you.
yes.
That was a
Okay.
vote.
And that was with the ongoing condition 35 for the herbicide stuff?
Sure.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
All right, so I'll go to the second one. This is for 75 Border Street. And we do have the owner, Paul, on the line if there's any questions. So I will go through this one. This was a 2020 dock permit. So it was, this was separate from the 2018 COC request that we had closed out a couple months ago. So for this order of conditions, there were 3 special conditions. So I'll just read them briefly. The pier is not to be equipped with newel posts and handrails. The construction of the newel posts and handrails shown above walkway decking is not approved for the construction of this project. So even though it was on the site plan, we issued a condition for it not to be on there. So I'll just show you guys what the dock looks like right here. As you can see, you know, I can go through all photos, but there were no handrails or anything that was installed. So that condition was complied with. The next one was electrical service of the pier and the dock is not to be installed as a part of this approval. I walked the whole dock. There were no electrical box wiring or anything connected to the dock. So that condition is also complied with. And then the last one was the pier and dock are not to be illuminated or display lights during hours of darkness. So I will go to one of my photos here. This was not part of the dock, but I did observe some illumination lights that were just underneath the pier. And the owner clarified that, you know, as you can see, they point away from the dock just to kind of illuminate the existing ledge outcrops, and they're not connected to the dock in any way. So I will defer to the commission on whether or not they're okay with those lights remaining, but they are not connected to the dock. So I would consider this condition to be complied with unless you guys think otherwise. And then I'm not going to go through a lot of this, but I'll just say, long story short, I spent a lot of time at this site because the site plan was a little bit misleading. There were 2 separate views, one for the dock profile view, and then the other one for the structural view. And those had 2 different sets of pilings. And so I confirmed with the engineer that the approved set is the dock profile plan view, which is 31. So one of that just leads to one of the deviations here, that the total set of pilings for this whole entire pier is 32. So 1 additional was installed, and it's actually right around this area. See if I can get the right ones, but basically it's one of these. So they were installed just in addition in this area for safety purposes, but the owner did say he's open to removing them if the commission sees fit, but there were no additional pilings added to the BVW or the salt marsh as previously permitted from our order conditions and the state licenses for Chapter 91 and Army Corps.
This is it's opposite the lobster pound, isn't it?
Yes. Yes.
We fought over this for 4 hours. I can remember it. I think.
Give it any more time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
project.
Charlotte, the original plan did not connect to the house.
No, so that is one of the other deviations that was discussed with the previous conservation agents and the interim agent. And so, yes, originally the dock was supposed to stand out on its own. The 2020 permit did not show the house and the deck, I believe. And so when the dock was being, about to be constructed for pre-construction, they walked the site, I believe, with Steve Ivis, and they surveyed the dock to connect the dock to the existing deck that a previous agent had already approved. So that is one of the minor deviations, that, the dock orientation is just a little bit different, pointed slightly further away from the wetland on this side and the salt marsh. And so they connected it to the dock, which is why the angle of the overall dock is slightly different than you see on the plan. So if you're looking at the as-built and the approved plan, you see that obviously the angle of the whole dock is just a little bit different because they were trying to hug this deck area as much as possible. And then some of the other deviations were, Paul did add some additional support structures underneath some of the, I'm going to get to the photo here so you guys can see what I'm talking about, but he added them for additional support. So this was one beam that he added to one of the, dock set or piling sets. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm losing my terminology here, but yeah, so he added that one and then added this double horizontal cross brace to this for additional support. So again, for support purposes, but is also open to taking them out if the commission sees fit. And then one of the other pilings, which I'll get to, had some sort of.
Charlotte, can I interrupt?
Sorry. Yeah.
I mean, there's new lumber there against the old lumber. So what's the story here? I mean, are they extending this thing beyond what they were permitted for, or had something failed here? Or why Looks like there's
I think this is where you start to see a change in elevation. And so we, I believe it was 3 foot high, and then it's supposed to get higher as you walk to these new 6x6 pilings. And so I think that's why these support structures were added, because there was this change in elevation here.
I'm just looking at all of this. It's all new lumber against older lumber. Every piece there except for maybe the 4x4s.
And
Okay.
What's that all about?
And it's hand dug, by the way.
Yeah, actually, I can promote Paul, who might be, he's raising his hand in the audience, so he might be able to answer that a little bit more.
Charlotte, let me ask you, did we agree in the plan that the members would be cemented in the buffer zone? Because I see a big glob.
So, actually, Paul, would you be able to clarify the lumber for us, and then we can get to the crusher run?
Absolutely. So first of all, the lumber, everything is the same age. It was all installed in the same progression. I think, Charlotte, the photo you showed, just to specify, in the plans, if you look to the left of this picture you're looking at, I want to say they're 2x8. I don't have my exact dimensions, 2x8, 2x10, where it goes over the marsh. You know how we break this terminology into 3 sections? The left side is what goes over the marsh. That's a thicker lumber. What is to the right is ACQ PT or whatever it is. It's a 2x6 that was specified in the drawings from our engineer. So nothing's new. Everything was installed last summer. We got our permit in 2020. We then went through all the other permits with DEP, Chapter 91, et cetera. All of the installation started last August, but there's nothing new added since then. This is all the same time frame. It's just that the different types of lumber based on the size of the ACQ that went over the marsh. So that's that piece of it. If that makes sense. In terms of cement, the terminology you're using, and stop me if you want, Charlotte, but there were some pinnings. I want to say there were 5. Charlotte and I, and she spoke with Keith Wallow, our contractor, that when they push these to remission, if they hit ledge, they need to pin them. So these were pinned. On the inner part, and I think you have a photo of it, Charlotte, where you talked about that crusher run. We did have to pin, and the word pin is, you drill into the rock and you put a some sort of adhesive. I don't even know what it was, but it basically then connects to the post. This crusher run, as I showed Charlotte with my finger in a photo, is very removable. I put it there thinking it was more stable. I mean, there's less than a 5-gallon bucket worth. So clearly we can top dress it. I mean, we've done a great job remediating the site with natural grass that was all specified for conservation, but that can be removed, and dirt can be, soil can be replaced. It's a very small amount of material, and it's not cement. That is a crusher run that you could stick your finger into, take a small shovel and just move it. I thought that would be a more stable base, because I was told you don't want to have water necessarily up against, the pin or whatever. But though that's the only use that was done, is in Keith Wallow did the 5 pins that were in the area. Some are visible in the marsh. I think you have some photos of that.
Yep.
And the dock was always connected.
Oh, and the dock, sorry, just to go back to the earlier thing. And again, part of this is our frustration. Again, we're the homeowner, but with our engineer, and I'm not trying to call out Merrill, but Charlotte, I did email you. So I think, some of the commissioners were on this prior when we had this contentious meeting.
Yeah.
As you know, the earliest plan we submitted was a 4-foot by 4-foot with railings. It did attach to the house. And I was quite frustrated, along with my wife, Jill, that when Merrill made the changes based on the commission's comments about, hey, could we go 3-foot, et cetera, somehow they didn't update that in the plan. But the earliest intent was always to connect it back to our deck so that we don't have to disrupt the resource area, right? So we could just step right down onto this walkway. It's well back from the water. So nothing had changed from that standpoint. And it is in a much earlier rendition. There were no commission comments about that component of it. But again, I apologize on behalf of our engineer why that changed. It's for the same reason they didn't update the elevations. I think when they were to 4x4 and the commission made comments, quite honestly, I think they cut some corners to maybe not update the plans. And that caused a lot of frustration through the process of building.
Okay.
Is this at the right height?
So I measured the dock a couple places along in the upland portion and in the salt marsh portion. It seems to be. I will just note that, you know, Paul can also express frustrations for this as well. And it was equally, I felt bad because I was doing a lot of measurements myself. A lot of the elevation and the height width measurements, actually the width of the dock was measured to be 3 feet, which is what we wanted. So that was in compliance. The elevation we wanted to be at least 3 feet and then higher as you go further along the marsh. And so this is above 3 feet. This is about 4 feet right here when you get to the first set of 6x6 pilings. But then before that, in the upland portion, the elevation for the most part along the BVW portion and the 50-foot buffer, with the exception of the first section, you know, right past the stairs, the most of the pier is 3 feet high in elevation, which is, to my knowledge, what we wanted, and that was on the site plan.
Good. Are you talking about from the top of the deck to the ground or from the?
Yeah, from the top here to the ground. So I took measurements at these, you know, certain changes in the dock against these pier, against the pilings. And so this area right here was 4 feet or greater, it was like 4.4. And then before that, earlier in
I guess
right
I'm
here.
I guess I'm
this was-
surprised that that would be the datum that you would be measuring from the top.
Yeah, it really should be
to the ground.
right. Tom, to your point, it's supposed to be, Mr. Bell, it's supposed to be, I believe, Charlotte, from the bottom of the, I think they call it a stringer or whatever that is.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
here.
that's why, and I know our contractor was on the conservative side. He said,
Okay.
unfortunately, we'd rather have an inch or two higher, right? So he's done this before. So, and that's to the point where honestly, we're very frustrated and not to get into it here, but I mean, it's pretty high without a railing. I'll just be quite honest. But I do know that we measured when our contractor was here to make sure we were compliant for what the Concom had stipulated. And I confirmed with our engineer where we're supposed to measure from.
Okay, sorry, that's more helpful because I was, again, none of this was on the as-built, so I was doing a lot of these measurements myself.
Yeah.
I'm not an engineer.
And you lost it.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm gonna ask that we don't take a vote on this tonight. We can do it, you know, before the next meeting even, but I think there is a height that is required for passage underneath this deck.
If I may,
Yes.
I recall in the meeting, you guys, the Conservation Commission had stipulated to our engineer when you gave us approval that because you asked us as a result of neighbors' input and the Gulf River Association to reduce it from what was proposed to be a 4 foot by 4 foot, right, which is historically what our engineers told us these should be, that we were, if you push down the photo, Charlotte, we were asked to put the stairs so that wildlife or you know, people that were fishing, fowling, gaming, whatever that was, could transient over the dock.
Oh,
That-
okay, fine. As long as there's passage. Okay.
Well, if you look in the photo, I mean, Charlotte, I would suspect you'd have a photo of that, but do you see the set of
Yeah.
stairs? It goes on.
yeah,
both
I
sides.
can go to the stairs.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
so
this
that's on
was a
both-
low, okay, that's fine.
Sorry, I want to make sure you knew that that was the trade-off, if that was the term for our acceptance, was the
Right.
3 foot by 3 foot, but that we'd have to comply with the stairs, and those were installed as part of this.
Okay, very good.
Yep.
Thank
No, thank you, Paul, for helping because a lot of
Okay.
this is structurally technically related and I can only do so much here. But yeah, some of the other minor deviations, just because again, I had to take some measurements of the portions and parts of the dock myself. The permitted length was 280. I measured 281. So that is definitely, it was plus or minus. So I could have been off by a foot. So the dock was built, the pier and walkway were built as long as they should have been, obviously with just that slight change of hugging it close to the deck. There was also just a slight deviation back in the beginning. There was supposed to be an 18-foot ramp instead of stairs, but the stairs are only, if you measure the first stair to the edge of where it ends and the walkway starts, it's only 9 feet. So there's just a slight deviation there that they did stairs instead of a ramp. And then, which I'll get to, the float was permitted to be a vertical. So the 20-foot side was supposed to be vertically facing the water, and the 10-foot horizontal side was supposed to be horizontal. So the float was just rotated, but Paul and Merrill said that you know, the rotation can be minor in nature, but if the commission wants this rotated as originally permitted, he's open to doing that. But the size of the float is the same as previously permitted. And so those are the deviations that I mostly found. And, you know, thanks to Paul and Keith, a lot of my questions that I listed in my report were all clarified. So we did definitely look at the salt marsh portion in great detail, and I can confirm that all the pilings were installed per all of the permits. And that, you know, there was the appropriate amount in the channel. It was 7, so 7 are here, 5 in the salt marsh, and then a couple in the BVW, and the rest are in the upland portion.
Okay.
Sorry, this is a long one. But yeah, so I guess if a certificate of compliance were to be issued, the following conditions that I would recommend would just be keeping the 3 special conditions that we issued about, you know, no post handrails, electric service, and light illumination. You know, I did talk to Paul about if any, in the future, if any railings wanted to be considered, I think it might be up to us on whether or not we want to keep these special conditions as ongoing conditions, or if we want to leave it open with, without, you know, an option to have the railings or not. So that's something that I would just ask the commission to consider if we wanted to do a COC for this project. Sorry, does anyone have any other questions?
I'm fine with issuing a COC. I think we keep the conditions.
Okay, so keep the 3 special conditions.
That would be my opinion.
Okay, and yeah, my only question was like, if the, if anybody in the future were to want to put railings up, that COC condition would technically be ongoing. So they would have to submit obviously a new permit, and we would have to give them permission. Otherwise the COC conditions would stand if everyone's okay with that.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Should take a vote.
You want to take a vote?
Tom?
Aye.
Chris?
Aye.
Kathy? Kathy? Kathy, we're voting on this.
Sorry.
Sorry, Kathy. Put everyone to sleep here.
So sorry.
You can abstain if you'd like.
Would like me
Abstain.
to vote for you.
Eric, vote.
I'll
Yes.
abstain.
Yes. Chris says yes. So Kathy, you can just abstain.
I've been advised by my better half that the house is going to bed now.
Okay, so that's good, Charlotte. That one's done. Thank you.
Sorry, that was a long one.
Okay.
Sorry.
Charlotte, we
Thank you,
need,
Paul.
Charlotte, we need very
Goodbye.
concise report updates.
Okay, I will be as brief as I can. I'll get to the construction updates last. So,
Don't put your head down. We can't hear you.
okay, I'll do the construction updates last because that's the biggest one. So, there have been some mosquito ditch, you know, maintenance cleanings, and it is exempt in the regulations. So they just, they're going to start working on one at South Main Street, which is right across, near the church. It's right near the church parking lot. They are exempt under the Wetland Protection Act and our bylaws. So, if you do see the mosquito, Plymouth mosquito crew around, they have to give me written notice that they're doing it. And they usually keep DPW and Board of Health in the loop about that.
What are they doing?
So they're cleaning out the mosquito ditches because, you know, they're clogged up. And so they clear them out. And surprisingly, that is an exempt activity. I checked.
The state has been trying to eliminate these in a lot of places.
Yeah.
What the
So
heck?
I know we have multiple in Cohasset. It's kind of weird. So we have one in South Main Street, another one on Atlantic Ave, and then we have the Black Horse Lane one. Those are just to name a few. Yeah, so that's ongoing if you see the Plymouth crew. But obviously, if you guys see anything weird, definitely let me know because I told them obviously we don't want any alterations to the resource area other than just cleaning out that ditch. I won't get into these, but just so you guys know, we receive annual reports from the Turkey Hill, from CCT for Turkey Hill and Brass Kettle Brook. And so those reports are in OneDrive if you guys would like to look at them. Brass Kettle Brook is pretty straightforward, but I'll just say with Turkey Hill, we're still looking into that wet meadow wetland and getting that delineated and seeing how Turkey Hill can manage that area. I was walking the site with some of their field agents and the Hingham Conservation Agent as well. So we'll keep you guys posted about what happens with the management for that property. And then I won't obviously talk about this. I can send it in an email, but I did finish the submission checklist draft. It is in OneDrive, but I'll send it to you guys. So definitely open to feedback here, and you know we can discuss it another time. This is really old news, but 12 Hobart Lane. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Chris.
The one feedback I'm going to give you is we need the 7-day or whatever the requirement is.
Yeah,
we
the
need that
deadline.
to happen.
Mm-hmm.
No more 24 hours before the meeting for people to submit.
I'm trying. It's
7
yeah.
days or it doesn't become part of the meeting, period.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Most people are pretty good, but of
No,
course
no
we
one's
always get a
good.
few.
No one is good.
They'll
Well,
all got better if they missed their meeting.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
yeah. I mean, people do submit most things Thursday or the Friday morning before, but obviously, again, I very often get things on Monday, Tuesday, and it's really hard.
Tell them sorry. We'll see them next time.
Yeah, we don't, I mean, we can definitely immediately continue the hearing if they don't comply with that regulation. So
Yep.
I was gonna probably send a reminder email to people too. And then this is very old news, but just so you guys know, the administrative stormwater permit for 12 Hobart was issued because they had to, since we approved the order conditions, they crossed the stormwater permit threshold by adding 755 square feet of net impervious. So I reviewed everything, looks good, and they have an administrative permit, but they're not planning to start for a while, it sounds like. So I'll let you guys know when that happens. 187 Atlantic Ave. So this is the Schwantz property, which is abutting 12 Hobart. They recently, within the last month, brought in fill in the front of their yard. Looking at a site plan, it looks like that portion of the lawn is outside of the 100-foot buffer. However, there is a wetland across the street, which John Zimmer had delineated as an IVW for 136 Atlantic Ave. So it is tough to see if that area is in our jurisdiction. I've looked at it several times. I don't know if anybody wants to double check it, but if you drive by it, it's all weeds now. And those trees are definitely covered with dirt. If it was clearly in the 100-foot buffer, obviously I would have been bringing them in, for a show cause, but because it's hard for me to determine that right now, I don't know if anyone wants to look at it, but I'm happy to show you guys what it looks like. You can see it right from the road. Also, the rumor has it that they might be selling the property, so they will need to close out 2 orders of conditions with us, one for the invasive species removal and another one, I think, for the house. So they do have 2 permits that they need to close out with us at some point if they are going to sell the property.
Those people buried a wetland there.
What's up?
Those people buried a wetland there.
Yep, that's what I say.
Yeah. And where the house was built, or just in
right
general?
there, right there from the street.
Oh, okay.
Towards the ocean. They basically buried a wetland there. That was wet every year. It had standing water in it every year.
Yeah. And then there's a boardwalk through it now, and then that we issued an order of conditions in 2021 for some invasive removal. But we really have to evaluate that. And we haven't had any reports as far as I'm concerned. So we really need to see that. But yeah, if you guys have any questions about that, definitely let me know. I'll go through the construction updates very quickly. So Will's project at 125 Don Street had a pre-construction meeting. He started the addition first, and he might have some changes about where he wants to put the barn. So he'll come back to us for that. 33 Stanton Road, which is a dock permit, just had a pre-construction meeting. So that one's going to start very soon. There's some vegetation that goes right where the dock is being proposed. So if any changes are needed to the permit, I will let you guys know. 256 to 258 North Main Street. As you can see, the one in the back, which is 256, the house is already up. 258 has a hole right now. I am watching this one for erosion control because I think they need more personally, but I'm being caught on that. So if you guys see any sediment in the street, anything like that, I will issue a stop work order because they're on my watch list. 32 Heather Drive, that was a small deck and pool that we recently just permitted within the last month or two. They had a pre-construction meeting, so they're going to start very soon. Same with 44 Little Harbor. That one was an addition garage project, so they're starting soon as well. 191 Atlantic Ave. I brought this one back to you guys in the spring, and we denied it because we needed much more information before we issue a COC. There is a giant stone wall that is going across the front yard, and that was not permitted by building or conservation. Both the building inspector and I have been asking frequently for an as-built, so he's waiting for all of the rest of the plantings and everything to be done before updating the as-built and giving it to us. And then we will also be bringing him in for a show cause once that is done. 147 South Main. This is
hold on.
Sorry.
191.
Yep.
I don't know whose concern it is, the wall across the front of the property. My concern is the wall that's along the river.
Okay.
which was not part of the original project and definitely sits within the,
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
the buffer.
Yeah. So that's why.
That's the bigger issue.
Okay. No, that's good to know because supposedly Jeff Summers had approved the wall in the front, but I don't have any email correspondence about that. So yeah, no, I know. Once we get an as-built, we're bringing them in for show cause, and John Howland and I are actively asking for that. He's
There was
also on the
some
hook
talk
for it.
about, there was some talk about that wall encroaching on town land as well.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's the front wall, yes.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a lot going on with that one, but he's
my
definitely
problem.
on the hook with it for an occupancy permit. Like we both need an as-built to see any, any even chance of approving anything. 147 South Main, this one's moving extremely slowly. The builder contractor, who's also the applicant, he does have some other sites in other towns, and so he's kind of slowly chipping away at this site. We do have obviously an abutter who's very concerned about this. And so we definitely have eyes on this project, whether or not I drive down the street every day. She's always looking at the project, which is good. So if anything looks wrong, we will be bringing him in. But right now he's just slowly chipping away at the existing foundation. We haven't seen anything yet. There were some probably misinformed reports about gas, but the fire department has checked them out and they didn't see anything. So, we're just keeping an eye on that one. 76 Lambert's Lane, we are also waiting for an as-built, and I will also probably bring them in for a show cause hearing since this one has a very complicated history with probably a lot of deviations. So we really need to see an as-built for that. They're finishing the rest of the plantings. And once they update that as-built, we'll be bringing them in. And also just a note that they did have a separate building permit for a pool, but it really should have come back to us, even though they weren't triggering the stormwater. It should have been connected to our stormwater permit, and unfortunately it wasn't. So that's something that we're going to need to evaluate in the future. 63 Nichols Road.
Wait,
Oh, sorry.
The abutter's on the call. I'd like to know what you mean by evaluate in the future.
When we see the as-built, we're really going to probably have to do a show cause here because this is a complicated project with that were a lot of changes that were discussed with Jeff Summers. Supposedly, I have email correspondence on some of them, but not all of them.
Jeff Summers was not part of this project. He was long gone.
It was Jeff towards the end of August 2021, and then Steve Ivas had a lot of oversight on the plantings last summer. So that's a lot of the email correspondence that I have. But for the most part, it's a lot of back and forth with trying to get that as-built, and I'm trying to be.
Why do you think they would ever give us an as-built?
So that's why I'm trying to be very cautious in how I proceed, because we want an as-built and we want him to close out the permits, because in all honesty, there's really no incentive to close out permits sometimes if they're not connected to an occupancy permit. So if the applicant is planning to live there for the rest of his life, we don't have legal leverage, and I can double check with legal counsel, but we really don't have leverage to close out these permits unless they're connected to occupancies and someone's trying to sell the house. So I want to make sure that he.
Why can't we just bring him in for a show cause without the as-built?
We can do that. It's just I'm worried that if we do that, we're not going to get a COC to evaluate it. You know what I mean? Like, it's up to you guys. I mean, I can definitely bring him in, but I'm concerned about his, I don't know if he's gonna close stuff out like this.
The problem is that Kathy and I are now the only people on the board who
know the history.
That were part of this plan from the beginning. And it's, wait another 6 months and it's not nothing's gonna happen.
Yeah.
So
it's a tough decision, honestly. If we want to just do a show cause, we can. I'm just personally worried that we may not get, a final product in the end. I mean, we can potentially do enforcement on, what it is, but I'd have to do some research about that. But if you want, we can bring them in for a show cause without the as-built. But that's at least previously what our legal counsel suggested. She said, wait for him to finish the plantings and get an as-built and then bring him in. But yeah, I know we all have different opinions on
You're never going to get the as-built. Please set up a meeting next week, if you will, with Amy and myself, and let's figure
Okay.
something out.
Okay. All right. Yeah. We've gone back and forth with Amy about this multiple times, but
I know.
think we
well,
really
have to
need clear
do-
guidance here.
Yeah.
Okay. And then 62 Nichols, which is, I don't know if everyone knows that, actually, you know what, maybe I won't say it just for privacy purposes, but anyway, they're planning to finish in the fall. So they just have to do the rest of the landscaping. And this was a big project that we approved, I believe, back in 2019 or 2020. So I will be bringing that one to you guys. They were repaving the driveway a couple of weeks ago, but I confirmed that they weren't changing the grade or anything else. They were pretty much just replacing the old asphalt, so they weren't altering anything. I did have some questions for the landscape architect, who's Sean Papish, about this. And, you know, they've been installing all the native plantings, but he did have some questions for us, which I think we can save when they bring us a COC request about any invasive removals, and that wasn't previously permitted. So we would have to, you know, give him guidance on that, we'd probably need some additional, you know, permitting for that. That one's coming in the fall. And then 44.
I'd like to comment on this.
Yep.
From day one, that project has been a bait and switch. From day one.
Okay.
So I'm just putting it out there that, you know, when they come for a COC on that thing, that if they come for one, because you know, I don't, well, I guess they have to, they need one to get occupancy, or no? They're probably living there already.
They might need it for occupancy, but
No
they
one's
are
gonna- no one's-
I think they're
no one's
living
gonna
there.
no one's gonna deny them occupancy.
No, I mean,
But
yeah.
But, you know, from day one, this has been a, you know, smoke and mirrors, and it's, you know, it's very frustrating. I want to, you know, we need to see, this is one we have to, you know, make sure you look very closely at the plans.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've already kind of hinted that for that one, I will definitely recommend that the engineer and the landscape architect and or contractor call in to discuss it, because it's a big project and they supposedly had some discussions with Jeff Summers. So again, I'm going to need to see all that documentation if they give me a COC. So that's what I do. I go through all the deviations and I ask for any sort of proof that anything was previously discussed.
Well, I know that one of the biggest things was they cut down trees in the buffer zone, and then claimed, oh, we didn't know.
Right.
And part of the conditions was at least one very large tree, maybe more. I don't remember exactly,
Okay.
but you know, it's
yeah,
the stuff's got to go in, or else
we're
we're not going to give them the COC.
And projects like this, I mean, I can monitor them remotely, but projects like this are really hard because when you have these driveways that like are 1,000+ feet long and they just loop all the way down, you can't see anything from the road. It's like frustrating for me because that's how I do a lot of my visits. You know, yeah.
Get a kayak and go around the back.
Yeah, right. I can also view things from the water for courtesy of the harbor master.
My other comment about that, and why I told you about the driveway in the first place, is because it goes over like 300 feet of causeway.
It does. Yeah.
I can guarantee you, if you went down there in a kayak right now, you'd find asphalt in the water.
Okay.
And that's my concern. No one can excavate a driveway across that much causeway without dumping something in the water.
Okay. Yeah, I can.
Mom, next
call
time
the-
you're out there fishing, like, you know.
I
take a
can
look.
call the landscape architect too, and I can request that, you know, I want to walk the site, because last time I was there, they were a little bit hesitant about me going down because I think the owner was physically there. But, you know, again, my access is, it can't supersede the Fourth Amendment for illegal search and seizure. So I always have to get verbal or written confirmation I can walk the site. But I can call the landscape architect and say, like, we as a commission were concerned about the driveway, want to make sure there was no runoff. And since the landscape architect was brought in for other projects tonight, he would understand, I'm hoping. So I can look into that further. 44 Joy Place, right now, there is a storage pod right now, and sometimes something may happen in that area. I don't think someone's living there right now, but I notified the building inspector too. So if anything happens there, because it is in the buffer zones, we'll just keep an eye on that one. And then last, but actually, no, I have two. 125 North Main Street. So this one's getting a little bit of buzz with the zoning board right now because the footprint is what we approved in an administrative stormwater permit. However, the height of the building is not in compliance with zoning right now. It's way too close to the property line and it's over 15 feet in height. As we can see, it's kind of a tower. So they are going back to zoning and they need approval for any variances or they have to change it. So I told, zoning and the building inspector to just keep me in the loop about what happens after that hearing. If they do have to change anything in the design, it might need our approval, either administratively or I think this was just an administrative permit, but it still needs our approval. So I'll keep you guys posted on that one. But yeah, right now, at least a portion of the building is not in compliance with zoning because it's way too close. And then last but not least, I did have a couple updates on the sewer project. So right now, the sewer line in 3A has now been installed and they have the temporary milling over it. Throughout the project, they've been at Tetra Tech's oversight is so impressive. It's like setting the gold standard for me now. And I wish every project was done this way, but they had an on-site Tetra Tech monitor every single day, looking at the contractor and what they were doing. They provided weekly reports to us that were all received with me, Mass DOT, or DEPW, everybody. So they've been sending all of these technical reports. They were very responsive when we had concerns about some materials and some equipment being parked on the other side of the erosion barrier. They took those out pretty quickly. The only thing that didn't take them a lot quick was it was a really large, heavy trench box that they had to obviously get a bigger machine to lift it. But after they did that, they let me know when it was done. So they're very responsive to any complaints or reports that I got about keeping the site clean. And so right now they're working at that final turnaround portion in front of the far end of Stop and Shop. And then they're going to put more milling in the road in September, October. And then a year later, they're going to repave everything completely. So I'm open to feedback on this, but at least for now, since they finished all of the construction, and one of the administrative changes that was approved was based off of where the water line was from the test pits and everything that they dug. They switched the sewer line to the 100% on the north side. It was supposed to switch over at some point on the south. That's why we had erosion controls on the south. So it was actually a good change that Mass DOT, me, and everybody else was okay with because they were working within the existing road and it was a lot simpler versus establishing that connection halfway through and then folding over. At least for now, I recommended they keep the erosion controls until at least October when they finish temporarily milling and paving the road. Because again, we don't want anything getting in the wetlands. I was okay with the southern side barriers coming out, but I'm happy to tell the contractors to keep them if you guys want to do that. And then the only thing that has caused some ruckus, which is kind of a 48-hour report for me. Do you want me to,
Are you moving on from the last one?
Yeah, so I was gonna say
Okay,
the
hit
3A
period
sewer.
first so we can talk.
Okay.
Tetra Tech might have been great on that project too.
Yeah.
Okay. I have never seen more damage to a silt sock.
Yeah, it was beat up.
Yeah. So what does that tell you? If
Mm-hmm.
it's that big, the one on Howe Road that we saw pictures of tonight is the only one I've ever seen worse than the one on the highway.
Yeah, that one's been difficult.
We're gonna have to start telling them to put bollards up or something. I mean, look.
Yeah.
I don't think anything drastic happened on that job, but it definitely concerned me every day that I drove down there that I was going to see something because
contractors are messy and it's an ongoing challenge to get them to update their erosion barriers, put down new ones. Like look, I feel like I'm,
you Charlotte, your position is an enforcement officer.
Yep.
Okay, they drive on a silt sock. You tell them to replace it. I mean,
yeah, I've been doing that.
All right, because
I can only do so much though. That's why I appreciate all the updates from you guys of when
Tell John you need help. Then get another agent if we need it. But it's crazy. It can't. It's just a matter of time. These guys they take all the liberties in the world. They know that no one's going to come after them, and then you see an erosion barrier crushed or pushed into the wetland. Hit them with a stopping, a stopping, cease and desist.
Yep.
Tell them done. Yep. And it only happens once, and they're not going to drive on it again.
Yeah. that was one of the things with North Main. They kept driving over the barrier. I'm like, you need to put up another barrier and a silt fence because they were driving over the thing, and I was like, no, that's not okay. But are there any other sites that look messy? Because I'm definitely happy to follow up with them. Like with 80 Howe, Tom, I've literally told the guy 5 or 6 times, so I'm doing my best. He's responsive, but they just get flat over time. So I'm definitely actively monitoring that one. But if there's any other sites that look messy, I'm definitely happy to stop by and tell them to clean it up or put a cease and desist if they don't.
Charlotte, oh, sorry, Tom.
Hmm?
Charlotte, which property were you just talking about with Chris?
3A, so the sewer, yeah.
3A1, okay.
Mhm. Yeah, so they definitely, they beat it up a little bit. They didn't flatten it obviously, but it definitely got beat up over time. Luckily, some of those areas weren't. Yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, I can tell them to double up on the barrier too while we wait for them to pave the road, because some of it did have some low points, and I told the Tetra Tech person that you need to fix that. So they haven't done it yet, but I'm happy to tell them to put another barrier down if that's something that we want to see just for the fall, And then that was it for construction updates, but I did have some 48-hour things for the sewer, if you guys want to move on to that quickly.
Very quickly, go ahead.
Okay. So 2 things. The first one, I don't know if you guys noticed in front of Stop and Shop, they cut down a lot of trees. I have looked at this multiple times, and it looks like they are digging out the old, some old tanks because the sewer main's now going in. I am very torn on whether or not the tree disturbance closest to the construction for the 3A is inside the 100-foot buffer. And I think it might be, but I want to see if you guys agree, because on the site plan, Tetra Tech only put the 50-foot buffer. And so if you kind of mentally draw out the 100-foot buffer line at the same distance on the site plan, it looks like it might be outside. However, that could be very wrong. So I want to know if you guys think that those trees that were dug up, at least on the far side, right behind Stop and Shop, are within the 100-foot buffer. If you guys are concerned about that, I will bring in the applicant, because I've been kind of going back and forth, and it's not from Tetra Tech doing the sewer line. It's from the applicant and the owner doing something else. And all the other trees that they cut down are outside of the 100-foot buffer, but it's those ones that are right in front of 3A at the far side of Stop and Shop. Those could be in the 100-foot buffer.
I can take a look at that.
Okay, because I will bring the applicant in.
Yeah,
As another.
I can just work from the plan and
okay,
draw that 100-foot buffer for them and see.
Okay.
And give that to you. You can figure out whether or not they.
Okay. That'd be great, thank you. And then the other issue is I received several reports of after the flash flood, that we had on Friday evening. There was a lot of sediment deposit further up on CJC, which is actually right on the border of Situate at 861 CJC. This is where the contractor was staging and storing dirt and equipment, because our site plan said it had to obviously all be outside of the buffer zones, and so they stored it way further up on CJC. I will show some pictures really briefly just to show you guys what it looks like, but basically, I did see some sediment deposits into the catch basins, and as that area is right near Bound Brook. And so per the confirmation from my contact from MassDOT, it's the applicant's responsibility to clean out that stuff, not necessarily the contractor. And so if it's related to their work, they have to clean it out. And then there were also concerns as to whether or not sediment got into Bound Brook, and I can look at that further, but that was something that was just reported to me today. I knew about the catch basins, but I didn't know to the extent of where all that sediment went. So that would be another thing that we could bring in the applicant for, because they are responsible for cleaning out those catch basins for construction. But that is it. So I was planning to email the applicant about that, but I just wanted to get your feedback real quick as to whether or not I should issue the show cause and look at that in more detail.
So you did you see that sediment had entered Bound Brook, or you need to go back?
Yeah, let me, sorry, let me pull this up real quick. So this is 861 CJC. So this is on the southbound side. As you can see, this was a mulch bed, which is right at the edge of 861. There is this massive like sediment. This is on the other side of where they're staging equipment, but it's just, it's kind of obvious where, oh, sorry. It's just kind of obvious where the sediment was being deposited. So sorry, I got to share these manually. So this was the sediment that is clearly going into this area where Bound Brook is. And if you look at the catch basins, sorry, I got to share these manually. If you look at the catch basins, they are covered and they're dirty. So it's something that I want to look at in more detail, but I was able to look at it briefly just to see what it looks like. But this is one of them. So as you guys can see, it's filthy. And to my knowledge, these go into Bound Brook. So this was the person who owns 861 CJC obviously had concerns because 3A was a river here on Friday. And supposedly these catch basins are not designed well. That was the contractor's wording, and they already clog up really easily. And then this is the last photo that is across the street. So I couldn't get across the street because there was a lot of traffic, but I want to go back and look at this. So this is where the contractor was staging equipment. You can see that the erosion barrier is up, but if you look here, this catch basin, all dirt. So when I called them and they said they were cleaning up this area, that they were going to take away all the stockpiles and everything, which are gone, but they didn't sweep up this whole site. So I do want to notify the applicant directly because according to MassDOT, the applicant is responsible for cleaning out these catch basins, but I do want to copy the contractor as well, since they were obviously managing the work here. So yeah, if you guys see anything else and have any other additional concerns, I can put that in a letter, but I was assuming we would want to do a show cause for this.
Before you do a show cause, you should just talk to them and see what their plans are.
Yeah.
I don't think we, obviously if we can lend a hand to light a fire, fine, but
Yeah, okay. No,
first offense should be you.
okay, yep. I can tell them to clean everything up ASAP. But yeah, I didn't know if we wanted to bring them in for show cause to investigate any sediment spillage into Bound Brook, but
Well, if you can get out there and take a look and confirm it
Yeah.
one way or another, then. So.
okay. All right, that sounds good. That was it. Sorry, guys. Lots of updates.
Does anyone have any 48-hour issues? No? Okay. In that case, make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Having a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Great first meeting, Chris.